For 24 hours. That's a take-home gist. You know, Scouts on and exploding, and all sorts of new and interesting people got in on the action.
But we were always a good team, whether you sell drugs or
I always thought that.
I'm not moving out that you get noticed, but you're never going to get noticed if you kept seeing the Hollywood. You're walking down the street, somebody says, "Hey, you got a minute?" You never know. You just never know.
You don't think there's any way you can get past it? A miracle.
I think they're.
I thought bringing up guys, boys, this is easy. They don't. At least I don't have a daughter who's like got her face in the bowl throwing up. You know, did I do something as a mother to make you feel like not good enough? When Mike went off to college and he calls your father up and says, "Can I try steroids?" No, you're not getting money to try steroids. You know, we both thought that was like a crazy thing. So,
Did you know where he ended up getting them from?
no, but I wasn't gonna.
You got them from your brother John.
No.
So that's, I mean, it's something that's like, you know, in our family. I mean, it's something that like.
Chris, you're already killing me with this. It just gets
I'm
worse.
just telling you the truth.
I'm just trying to tell you how I feel as a mother. I am broken to my soul. My heart is broken. You were growing up, Hulk Hogan. Look what he's saying. Take your vitamins, say your prayers, and what? Yeah, but it's not true.
I started working out.
Take your steroids, okay? I don't know if he ever prays from that. Never heard him. Never talked about God in his whole life. Okay? Now that time has gone by, I'm like, is this guy a fraud? And that's where I think that everybody needs to begin to accept. I am who I am, said Popeye the Sailor Man. He
Take spinach.
takes spinach. Everybody needs something. I mean, what's up with that?
If I just accept who I am right now, it's thanks. Give it up.
No, accept who you are as a person. Then your body image is something different. Yes, if a fat person hasn't tried everything that's legal, but I'm not going to cross the line. The Bible lays everything out about how to live your life.
The Bible can't solve all your problems.
It can.
I can't pray the look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's not gonna happen.
You can't say you look like Arnold Schwarzenegger, but neither can you take enough steroids or enough growth hormone to look like him.
But you get as close as
It's not going to happen. You're fearfully and wonderfully made. Every sinew in your body, every muscle, every fiber is made by God, and you're exactly who He can be. And so what is somebody with a six-pack of abs? Maybe they don't have what you have. I mean, why don't you ever think that way too? What I don't get is why did our boys not feel that they were good at them?
My father or my grandfather never worried about whether they had a six-pack of abdominals or what percentage of body fat they had. So why is it now, in the 21st century, that there's this huge preoccupation with body image that just didn't exist before?
Dr. Harrison Pogue is a psychiatrist who studies why American men are becoming more obsessed with their bodies.
So here we have G.I. Joe from the 1960s. This is when he first came out at the time of Vietnam. He's a perfectly normal-looking dude. Here is G.I. Joe from about 10 years later, mid-1970. He's clearly been putting in some time in the gym. And then here is G.I. Joe from the 1990s. Bicep is up to 16 inches or so. Full six-pack of abs, even got serratus muscles visible on the side. This evolution of the action figures is a testament to this increased preoccupation with body image that we've been seeing in the United States. And it's funny that in our culture, that we still tend to romanticize steroids to a certain degree. You see an ad for some SUV, that says, "This is our sedan on steroids." But you wouldn't see an ad for an SUV saying, "This is our sedan on cocaine."
Well, it's sort of like a golf cart on steroids.
It looked like an easy bake oven on steroids.
It's sort of economy on steroids. Think of it as Apollo on steroids. This year, the jet stream has really been on steroids. Kosovo would be Bosnia on steroids. Adding more U.S. trainers and advisors, essentially putting the current strategy on steroids.
We are besieged every day with images of muscular male bodies on TV, movies, cartoons, on magazines at the checkout counter in the department store. All of which seem to give this message that a real man is big and muscular.
There you go, just like that. Good. Give me some good abs, Christian. That's it.
Saw Conan the Barbarian. And at that moment, I said, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm starting to study Arnold and his achievements. I started training with weights when I was 14. Started taking steroids when I was 16.
So you're advertising a supplement. So a guy like me goes and looks in the magazine and I see Christian Boving and I'm like, wow, man, I want to look like that guy. So I go and take hydroxycut or some supplement because I think that I'm going to look like you. But what I don't know is that you were taking steroids. Do you have any problem with that?
Double-edged sword. How to answer this? If somebody looks at an ad at the end and says, Christian Boving takes hydroxycut, which I did, and I do, that doesn't necessarily mean that I don't take something else. If they choose to believe that that's the only thing I'm taking to look like that, then so be it. It should be smarter. Is it misleading? Possibly. But is it a lie? Absolutely not.
I'd say probably 80 to 90%. I'm not kidding you. All the stuff I see in magazines is complete competition. It's ridiculous. I don't understand why there's this need in advertising to really manipulate things. Both in fashion models, they get because of eating disorders, with fantasy, obviously they get the Adonis complex, and then all kinds of trouble ahead. Because you have all these kids, like you and me when we were young, looking at all these people, and how does that make somebody feel who's not as perfect as the people they're seeing? Not very good.
The stuff I've tried, loaded with sugar. Tried this. Tried this. Of course, I've tried this. Everybody, I think, has tried muscle milk. Tried this. Tried this. Tried all these drinks. You speed stack weren't enough. You have extreme speed stack.
The supplement industry is very unregulated. You don't have to have FDA approval to come out with actual supplement. That gives people room to come out with some, lower quality products.
This product says new legal formula on it. I don't know what the old formula really had in it. Belizean man vine extract. I don't want to know that. Best if used by date and lot number on bottom of the can.
I always thought the health issue was about, health. Why does it feel like we're back in the Wild West?
Clean your teeth and burn your hair. The best in the West. I wouldn't be dead without a puzzle.
Well, we can all thank the senator from Utah, Warren Hatch.
Look how good he looks. I want to get his brand, is what I want to do.
See, the health industry is big business in Utah. They make almost a quarter of all the dietary supplements in America. And supplements are a $24 billion industry. So you do the math. Making supplements used to be like making prescription drugs. You had to prove your product was safe before you could sell it. Well, the supplement cowboys in Utah thought that was a real hassle. So they asked their favorite senator to change rules around. And now you don't have to prove your product is safe at all. And the FDA has to prove that it's not safe if they want to take it off the market. What is this red goop?
This is a Canadian version of Redline. We had to take out some of the ingredients that weren't legal.
Thanks to this deregulation, the supplement industry exploded, and all sorts of new and interesting people got in on the action.
We're always a good team, whether we're selling drugs or whether we're selling supplements.
Jekyll and Hyde supplements, formulated to wake your other side. Take this also to become the freak monster. Everybody wants to become a monster.
You know, if Valentino can make a supplement, I bet anyone can.
I just have a mocha coffee, double shot, half decaf with oat milk and 2 cups of vanilla and 6 packets of stevia with whipped cream on top and cocoa. That's not
Here's
bad.
a bunch of really popular ingredients. But the trick is, I'm just going to use a tiny
Because
amount.
tea is pure. You don't put shit like Hassan. You don't put milk in fucking
See, I can
tea.
hide my secret formula behind the term proprietary blend and not reveal that it's pretty
British,
much just
isn't
a
it?
pill full of rice.
I'll season the supplements.
With all those expensive ingredients on the label, I can make this bottle for about $1 and sell it for $60. Thanks, Warren.
We're in the supplement business now.
The scary part is that everything I just did, well, except for the illegal immigrant payment person. Hey, nobody's regulating them either. Now I just need this leading advertising.
They airbrush these guys a lot when you put them in magazines.
Definitely. There's all kinds of techniques and tools you can use to completely manipulate the body. In fact, I mean, some of the before and after pictures, they can be done in the same day.
You haven't shot them in the same day, though, have you?
I have, actually.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
What do they do?
Is this the self-editing part? I should keep my mouth shut?
I can take anybody and take a picture of them, make them look their worst, think horrible thoughts, depression, and then through all kinds of ways make them look their best.
Don't cut my nipple.
And then tell why she sat down. And then she actually
You can take it a step
twice
further
space
in
on.
the before and after. Basically, you can
And
take somebody
like
and make them
talking,
look
really
people fall for it. They fall for it all the time. It's beyond what I can understand because it looks so silly to me. But of course, I'm somebody who's had some inside backstage past where I've heard part of some of this scandal played out.
So, if unregulated dietary supplements are marketed like steroids, sold by people who are on steroids, is it any wonder that so many people are just taking the real thing? I mean, it's not like they're hard to get. You can cross the border and buy them from a pet store in Mexico.
Oh, my dog. Yeah, I forgot.
Or you can buy them online, like Mad Dog. Or if you have enough money, you can get it legally.
Everyone deserves respect, like regardless of his sexuality and what their gender is.
Hey, that's what Ben Johnson used. Andrew, isn't that what Sean Merriman got caught with? Oh, they say Marion Jones was taking that. Athletes use HGH because it works a lot like anabolic steroids. The best part is, there's no way to test for it. Sean did it.
Yeah, no, there's plenty. I mean, we had some fun earlier
Now, the
today.
doctor might not be a medical doctor. Like in my case, he's a chiropractor. And chiropractors can't prescribe drugs, but that's okay. He just has another doctor write the prescriptions for him. But be careful. Prescribing hormones for anti-aging is a felony. So you can't exactly tell your anti-aging doctor that you're interested in anti-aging. Not to worry though. Just use the words hormone deficiency instead. First thing, doc will want to do a little physical.
You have people come to you to try to get steroids.
Absolutely. Prescribing steroids, that's not
But it kind of is what you do in a way, in a different way.
Next, you're going to get a urine test to check your hormone levels for 24 hours. That's a take-home test. You know, Scout's honor. Send in the test, and a week later, go get your results.
Get your labs back here.
Urinary growth hormone output. But here's the thing. Since the FDA's never defined what a hormone deficiency really is, well, Doc can pretty much interpret the results however he wants.
You're a little bit low coming down, but you bring those levels up top.
Now, it may seem strange that the most controversial drugs in America are being prescribed using take-home tests, and in my case, by a doctor I never met. Hey, at least I'm not the one breaking the law.
Why don't you just get it legally? I like getting it the way I get it. And it's cheap, and I can get it anytime I want. I don't think there's any real reason, really. I mean, I don't want to go to the doctor. You know, it's a pain in the ass.
You ever worry about getting arrested or the cops coming after you or anything like that?
I'm not all that concerned about it. You can justify anything to yourself, and once you justify it to yourself, then you just think it's cool. You think it's okay. In my mind, it's okay.
I pose the question to people and say, hey, if you had to take a drug with the side effects, known side effects, and the unknown effects of anabolic steroids to keep your job right now and support your family, would you do it?
Maintaining an erection is very easy to do with the appropriate chemical assistance.
Liquid Viagra. Straight injected into the penis.
You inject this in your penis?
Signal.
It's hurt.
Not really. It's not just athletes and porn stars taking performance-enhancing drugs. Just about everybody's on the action.
Probably the most common everything is alcohol, pills. There's probably different goods, but dextroamphetamine is the big one. They work wonders, they really do, especially you've been out there a long time and it's hard to stay focused.
What about you? Yeah, it's spin you right up.
Many parents may not be aware that their children are taking a drug by the name of Adderall to improve their academic performance.
Adderall is a powerful stimulant, very much like cocaine or methamphetamine.
It's not just for people who have the problem. It's people who think it'll be fun. I've taken Adderall in college here and there to write paper. This is fun. It's a fun way to write paper. Your test scores go up, and you're doing homework faster, so you can do more work.
All I did when I went to class, my friends tried to talk to me, and I'd be doing all my work.
And for every performance, there's a way to enhance it.
So you take beta blockers to calm you down.
It actually doesn't calm down, it prevents me from getting nervous.
Here we go.
When I was in college and I was having really, really bad problems with performance anxiety, it's actually making me question what I'm doing professionally. And gave me beta blockers, and I just couldn't. I felt like I could get up there and do exactly what I wanted to do, and I wasn't hindered by what my body was reacting to.
Blocking that adrenaline goes a long way towards enhancing performance.
So it's okay to enhance your performance if you're a pilot, a porn star, a musician, or a student. But if your job is to play professional baseball, well, somehow that makes you a cheater. Do you feel it's cheating?
Not at all. Oh, no, certainly not.
There is no competition in music. You know, this is completely unlike sports.
What about in an audition situation? Is there competition there?
Yeah, there is. And, a lot of people take them, and
Yeah, because it should know who you're already following.
Was there any sort of moral bridge across? When we did it, what were the board members? Not a whole lot of morals we did with.
Amphetamines in baseball, they actually take the same pill as a go pill.
In the clubhouse, they're called greenies, and some in the game say they could be more common than steroids.
Sports, you should play fair. In war, you should play fair.
I've got some men on a road, and it looks like a piece of artillery firing at us. I am rolling in self-defense. Shack.
In 2002, over Afghanistan, 2 American pilots on go pills bombed a group of friendly Canadians.
I hope that was the right thing to do.
4 Canadian soldiers were killed. Doctors say the pilot snapped judgment to open fire is typical of someone on speed.
Pilots were charged with manslaughter, but they blamed the go pills, and the charges were dropped. No other country in the world allows amphetamines in their air force, but in America, we require it.
You know, America's a very competitive place, and people will take advantage of really anything they can in order to help themselves in their struggle.
I hate to say it, the amount of beta blockers that they've got me on right now, California traffic.
That's pretty. I mean, advice.
It's too easy to get it from a doctor. Like you say, I can't focus in class, and doctor prescribes. And when you got Adderall, you just went to the doctor.
No, it's just passed around at school.
It's passed around at school.
Passed around at school.
You turn on your TV and we push drugs, right? You know, if you have a headache, use this. You have a pain in your side, use that. If you want to go to sleep, use this. You want to wake up, use that.
We are the only country in the world that permits drugs of that kind to be advertised directly to the consumer.
The American pharmaceutical industry spends almost $5 billion a year on advertising, and we in turn spend $250 billion on their drugs. That's more than any other country by far. Are we the most unhealthy people in the world, or do we just watch too much TV?
Everybody's on the drug. So why, because I'm on the drugs, everybody has to point the finger at me? Why am I the bad guy? Because you're on steroids. And steroids are bad.
To help children make right choices, they need good examples. Athletics play such an important role in our society. But unfortunately, some in professional sports are not setting much of an example.
Long before George Bush was the president, he was the owner of the Texas Rangers, a Major League Baseball team, with none other than Jose Canseco on the roster.
Do you think that the team trainers, the managers, the general managers, and even the owners might have been aware that some players were using steroids?
No doubt in my mind. Absolutely.
So did the president know that his players were on the juice?
You've admitted to using steroids in the past. Knowing what you know now about them, would you have done it?
Yeah, absolutely.
The National Football League is talking more about steroid testing or human growth hormone, and I know back in your day you've admitted that you did that. Your stand on that right now?
Well, I think it's good to do doping tests, and the trick always is to find a way of really doing true testing. I think that we have to do something about the drug use in sports, and I think that this sent the wrong message to our children.
So Arnold wants to crack down on steroids, but every year he sponsors his own bodybuilding show, the Arnold Classic. They don't drug test at all.
It's unbelievable the shape this guy's in. I mean, how ripped they are, how big they are, how cut they are. They're posing within and everything. I'm so proud of them. I tell you, it's really amazing.
This year, Governor Schwarzenegger handed over the winning trophy to Victor Martinez, a guy who was busted for selling steroids just a couple of years ago. And a few days before this competition, he was implicated in another steroid scandal.
The bodybuilder who won a competition sponsored by Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger this past weekend has been linked to a steroid investigation. A spokesman for the governor says Schwarzenegger did not know of Martinez's links to steroids.
Come on, Arnold. What do you mean you didn't know? Okay, let's compare. Here's Arnold Schwarzenegger when he was on steroids. 6'2", 235 pounds. And here's Victor Martinez, 7 inches shorter and 15 pounds heavier.
Give him a big hand. Come on, big hand.
You know, I've been calling Arnold's office for over a year to get an interview, but his people keep telling me that his position on steroids is very clear. So the only way to get an answer was to track him down myself at a place I knew he would show up, Muscle Beach. It was just a few weeks before the governor's re-election. Arnold went where he knew he would depend on support to cement his voting base. This was my big chance. I waited for hours. And finally, there he was. And there was this other guy, the tall guy, the one in the middle. He saw me. This is how politics work these days. The important thing when making an appearance is the photo op. The tall guy's going to nod at me. Then he's going to point Arnold in my direction.
That's what it kind of stems
Arnold
from.
is instinct honed by years of being a huge star.
Physical and spiritual.
Instantly sizes up the situation. notices the various cameras and decides to use me to further his re-election bid. And instead of talking about steroids and the cheating culture of America, he compliments me on my biceps. And we end up on the cover of the LA Times. Not that I mind. After all, it was kind of like a dream come true.
Son of a bitch.
But I still have all these unanswered questions.
Let me tell you this first of all. You can't knock Arnold, really, okay? Because the steroids didn't get him into that office that he's in.
But he basically comes out and he says, if you work hard and you play by the rules, this country's truly open to you. You can achieve anything. But did he get to where he is playing by the rules, or would he have ever even been famous had he not taken those drugs?
Well, let's look at it this way. Let's talk about other heroes. Let's talk about John Kennedy. He was a hero in the Navy. John Kennedy served as President of the United States. But John Kennedy cheated on his wife right in the White House. And, with Marilyn Monroe and who knows how many others. Okay? It's no different than biblical characters. Moses was a hero, but Moses was a heel. He didn't get into the promised land. He didn't do what God told him to do. David was a hero. King David was a hero. David was a heel. He chased every woman in a skirt or in a toga, whatever they were back then. Okay? Every man is fallible, and even the people who were the prime examples of how to run your life in the Bible screwed up. They all screwed up. So people need to get off their self-righteous soapboxes and start loving each other.
We just need to go out there and do our jobs, just as your professionals do your job. All you guys lie. All of y'all.
I'm very afraid.
Should you have asterisks behind you?
To go which way?
All of you lie. All of you have said something wrong. All of you have dirty.
Right?
All of you. When your closet's clean, come clean somebody else.
People in the center are not that much for me.
Hi, how are you? Last name is Bell. E-L-O.
I took the oath to serve you. I say to everyone here today and to all Californians, I will not forget my oath and I will not forget you.
A few months after I voted for Arnold, his people told Gold's Gym to remove all of his events.
What is the meaning of this? It's a dark day in Gold's Gym. They're taking down Arnold's poster.
You have a lot of respect for Arnold? Is he one of your heroes?
Well, he was until he took his shit down. You know, that guy's a traitor, man.
Jim feels different now. The old Arnold's gone. And somehow, this time, I don't think he'll be back.
Excited to be out here instead of Gibson.
Oh yeah, man. I got a job making 3 times as much money. My rent's just about the same. I'm right by the beach, and I got a conversion.
Put a little muscle in it. There you go. Fire. So what do you plan on doing here that you weren't doing in the kitchen?
Having fun at life instead of hating life.
Think it'll help you, like with your problems and stuff?
Absolutely. I feel better already.
Now that Mad Dog's in California, things seem to be going pretty good for him. He got a job working as a trainer at a local wrestling school. He'd actually make a great teacher, but that's not good enough for Mad Dog. He still wants to be a superstar.
So this Sunday night, pay-per-view, Madison Square Garden. But you won't know what.
Mad Dog sent his promo to the WWE, but they rejected him again. They said he's too old and not what they're looking for.
I want to believe that the world is good, but it's not. And I want to try hard. But why try when you can't win? Those who can't do train. It's just like.
Yeah. Like, what's the problem with just being like a normal guy? Like, what's wrong with just being normal?
There's nothing wrong with it. Well, actually, there's something wrong with it. The thing that's wrong with it is that I was born to attain greatness, and I'm the only one that's holding myself back. And and I need to attain greatness. I need to do it.
You live down by the beach. You have a beautiful wife, and nothing's ever good enough. I can only imagine how she feels. And do you ever, think like, why am I dragging somebody else in this?
I know that a lot of times she's crying herself to sleep, and I know that sometimes she doesn't flow the way that she did when I first met her. I know it's my fault, and it really tears me up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I worry every day that what I worry about is you're gonna lose your job, you're gonna lose your wife, and then you're gonna lose yourself.
If I lose my job and my wife, what else do I have? I just feel that I have more to offer this world, and I don't know exactly what it is or how I'm going to go about doing it. I know that there's something in here that's meant for the rest of the world to know.
You a kid. All admired the champion marble, fastest runner, big league ball player, toughest boxer. Americans love a winner and will not tolerate a loser.
Smelly is now competing against the best guys in the world, and he hopes to achieve his childhood dream of bench pressing 700 pounds. But he and his wife agreed that this would be his last meet on steroids.
I knew that she didn't really care for it, but I didn't know I'd hurt her that much. She wouldn't know she worried that much about it. It's definitely something that's not going to be easy to do. I don't necessarily want to do it, but if I just stay on it and ignore it, it's just being selfish. He's trying to have another kid, so he decided that this is going to be his last meeting that he ever takes anything. How do you think that'll affect his lifting?
It affected somewhat, but once he tapers off, he has the child go right back on.
But he doesn't want to go back on. His wife doesn't want him to be on it at all ever again.
The death of Smelly.
Think so?
Smelly will go back on.
So you'll never take it again? I'll never take him again? Yeah. No, I probably will take him because how? This is something. I'll figure out a way. I mean, that's something I'll have to talk about later. This is something I've been involved in powerlifting stuff since 12 years old. This is part of what I would like to do. I'm not going to go from squatting 800 pounds to squatting 700 pounds. I'm going to want to get back on. It's just kind of sad. Well, a lot of people have to lie to get it. We weren't brought up as cheaters. Well, I mean, we weren't brought up to rob a bank. We trained to rob a bank. We trained to do drugs, talk to drugs or anything like that. Kind of the way you end up. Yeah, come on. Come on, you got this. Come on, you got it. Let's go. Come on.
My baby brother is on steroids, and we all know it. But look at this. My dad looks like he won the lottery, and my mom's prayers have been answered. I was raised to believe that cheaters never prosper, but in America, it seems like cheaters always prosper.
The use of performance-enhancing drugs like steroids is dangerous, and it sends the wrong message. That there are shortcuts to accomplishment, and that performance is more important than character.
There is a clash in America between doing the right thing and being the best.
Americans play to win all the time because the very thought of losing is hateful to America.
In a culture where second place is the first loser, the real heroes are the ones who win at all costs.
Everything I have
my career, my success, my family, I owe to America.
This is America. We are the greatest country in the world. You could call us a nation on steroids. But what are those long-term side effects? For me and my brothers, steroids are not the problem. They're just another side effect of being American.
Igers, chili granada, burger, Jennifer, Julian Jordan, Herb, Symbolic like that. I'm on the west side. Yoshi. Cozy.
I've been out in clubs, I've been out all over the place, and people will come up to me and they'll shake my hand and say, "Oh, it's good to see you out." And I look at them, I'm like, "Good to see me out." You know, like, what am I supposed to be in a closet hanging out?
What I can do, probably people don't think I can do, is I can cook and drive. I might not be a great cook, I might not be a great driver, but I can do both.
People say some of the dumbest things. Like, I'll be at the grocery store loading the groceries into my car, and people like, and then I go to get my car, and like, well, do you need help in your car? It's like, well, I wouldn't have come to the grocery store if I couldn't get back in my car.
I've gone up to people and start talking shit, and they're like, "Oh," I go, "What? You're not gonna hit a kid in the chair? Fucking hit me. I'll hit you back."
Quadriplegic rugby was developed in Canada, and the original name for the game was murder ball.
What we do is we take these wheelchairs and make them into a gladiator, a battling machine, a max wheelchair that can withstand knocking the living daylights out of each other. The majority of the people that play wheelchair rugby have broken their necks. So we have rods, plates, screws inside. The biggest misconception is, you're quadriplegic? Oh, I thought they couldn't move their arms. And I'm like, no, I have impairment in all four limbs.
The higher you break your neck, the less mobility you have. So we're given point values ranging from 0.5 point to 3.5 points based on what you can move. You can't exceed 8 points on the court at one time. Well, I'm a 2 because I have some hand function and full arm function. My hands don't close, they only open. So kind of like spatulas for pancakes for flipping people off. When I was 16, I was in a car accident. The car hit a tree and made the car flip. And when it flipped, the roof came down on my head. And I became an incomplete C6 quadriplegic.
I was out on the back porch, and he was trying to pick a fight with me, and he picked me up and threw me off the deck, and he punched me and it snapped my spinal cord. I've got a few muscles left, but like for the most part, my chunk's paralyzed to about right here. I've got bicep, my triceps are paralyzed. I've got very little finger function. Hold on, let me move them. There, did you see him? I moved him.
One thing that we do to help grip the ball is we add some kind of glue, so it's sticky, and you can actually pick the ball up and throw it.
I'm a 3 and my grip is affected. I can't close that. Plus I'm missing a muscle in my left shoulder. My accident happened in Florida when I was 18. My buddy spun out, threw me into a canal, and I spent 13.5 hours in the canal, holding onto a branch until somebody found me.
He's always been what I call a tough kid. You know, I know very few people that would ever fuck with Mark.
Just to see him out on the court with the tattoos up his arm and the goatee, he's intimidating. He's one of these players that people try to just stay away from.
Jason.
Jay, where do you want to go? Down or up?
To the
Where?
back up. Where? Back.
Where? Where do you want to go? Shut up. Where do you want to go?
No, not
Honest to course, Cody, my hypothesis on Mark was He was very much an asshole before he was in the wheelchair. So any attempt to try to point to the wheelchair or the accident as the cause of his grumpiness would be an utter hoax.
Yeah, we just arrived today from Stockholm and we just saw a lot of people in wheelchairs and of course wonder what they're doing.
The United States has dominated the sport of wheelchair rugby for the last 10 years.
I'll be the first one to say, look, I just want to beat the bloody Americans more than any team.
Other countries find the United States pretty arrogant. They've been winning this game for a long time.
Hey boys, that's what we came to fucking do.
There's been, I believe, 11 international competitions. The U.S. has won all of them.
Yeah, I can, but Kevin came over here during one of our games, and we weren't, so he wanted to kick us out the same way.
Fuck you, bitch.
Joe Storrs is arguably the best quad rugby player in the world. Childhood polio took Joe's ability to walk, but not his drive to excel.
That's what Joe, you go to his house and he has this wall of fame. It's not just a small little shelf. It's huge.
Joe's one of the most competitive men I've ever been around. It shows in his sports accomplishment and it shows in his efforts. Being around him, it's like being around Elway and all of those guys that I hang out with. Just a great competitor.
In '96, Joe was the man. That gold medal, he was a huge part of that. Unfortunately, his speed started going down. He became older, so he got cut.
Joe got a little upset, a little angry. He didn't make the team. Tried to take us to court.
He pissed and moaned and cried over it, and he lost all of his protest.
Just because things didn't work out for him, he jumped ship and left to go up north. And now he's coach of Team Canada.
Oh, great Canada! Yeah!
He took the plays with him. He took some of our calls with him so he could know when to attack and how to attack.
USA, learn a new way.
If Joe was on the side of the road on fire, I wouldn't piss on him to put it out.
Yeah! Yeah, baby, yeah! Yeah, anytime, big boy.
He thought that I should respect him for just who he was. Well, fuck you. I ain't gonna respect you for who you are. You gotta gain respect through me.
Move you from my face if you yell at me again. Oh, man, if you think you're man enough, okay? Oh, go suck eggs, boy. This is ours for the taking, boys. This is ours. So tonight, no drinking, go to bed early, and get ready for USA in the finals. Got that? All right, boys. Great job. Great job. Great job.
Tomorrow, I don't want to see anyone talking to anyone else except for your team. They're going to be talking all kinds of trash. Joe's going to say whatever the hell Joe says. I don't care. The only reason why Joe went to Canada is to beat the United States. And we're going to take care of business. We're going to kick the shit out of them.
It's our time! We wanted them! We got them! This is it! On the count of three! Let it go! Let it go! 1,
basketball court. You go from one end to the other end.
Stop the ball! Stop the ball! Stop the ball! Stop the ball!
Two wheels have to cross over the line with possession of the ball, and you get 1 point. The other guys stop you by slapping their chair into you.
Help him! Dave! Dave! Help him!
You have to dribble the ball or pass to a teammate once every 10 seconds. But other than that, it's basically kill the man with the ball.
Everybody get back! Get the hell back! Get over here! Get over here! Get over here! Everybody over here! Everybody stay here! That cheap crap! Motherfuckers! Blow the whistle, please. Throw it out the top. You got that one right there. Behind you. Pick it up. Pick it up. Pick it up. Down. That's your job. Play position. When you're back here on this last man standing, stay with this man.
Really an exciting thing. Congratulations.
It looks so sad. It's going to be identical. Thank you. My pleasure. Great job. Great job. Fuck. Andy, do I need to buy a beer or something? Do I need to buy a beer? Andy, if we would have lost by one, I would have been happy for your ass.
Buddy, if you would have paid your dues in the U.S., you would have been fucking head coach. I know you would have because you have more knowledge.
I paid my dues. I paid my dues for 12 years, buddy. You know what? You've got many years to play afterwards. Guess what, bud? That was my last shot, baby.
How does it feel to betray your country, man?
perception that everyone can play this game. But we start with 500 players that play in the United States. We whittle down that group and get our best 12 players. And the level of play that's going to be in Athens is far higher than World Championships was in 2002. I mean, you got to pull in the 12 guys that are there that are going to have your back in order to win a goal.
5 minutes.
All players.
Let's do a game called Sweat. It's just it's like 5 cards up each time. Stiff chunks. Out. Man. No. Bobby. Flip him. Full house. Explain to us why you think it's interesting.
We respect Joe. Hopefully he respects us, and that's it.
I don't. I think he tried to help us with some fundamentals. He tried to help us with some clutch situations.
Who cares? Does that just make him a shining star in the sky?
Does that mean you go coach Canada?
On a professional level, I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Play cards.
That's number 2 on the list of most stupid things I ever heard. I heard at this camp, I heard Sam say he doesn't like big tits. And he'd dump a girl with big tits. Everything was
Don't lie. Don't lie.
It's over.
Don't lie.
They get in the way.
I like athletic girls. That's what I said all along that night with him.
You knew you weren't going to live that one down.
I'm okay with my sexuality. I can say that. I don't like big tits.
You like shoes, though.
I do like shoes.
Everybody who gets hurt thinks they're going to walk again. Your mind becomes a bigger disability than physical stuff. I had the idea that I would get better and walk again, so I was kind of just going to hide and kind of deny the whole thing until it went away. I didn't go outside, kind of just, even got to the point where I got scared to get the newspaper in the morning just because I thought people would look at me, like in the driveway. And just, that kind of fed itself. What's really hard is the first 2 years. Quadriplegics, when they come out of the hospital after they've broken their neck and they've got very little function, when they get out, they can't do anything for themselves. They've got someone helping them, someone wiping their ass, and they work for the next 3 to 4 years trying to get independent. It's a mind fucking beginning, and then either you make it or you don't.
All his life, as soon as he was able to get on a tricycle, he's been on wheels. Bicycles, dirt bikes, quads. He loved wheels. Now, one of the favorite things in the world to Keith hurt him. You got it. All right. Sit down.
When you go down to that gym, you realize how much you're broken down. You're really almost at an infant's level. You get frustrated because you can't even lift your arm up to itch your nose. Just shaking hands with somebody, I can't even make a firm grip with my hand to present myself. And that type of reality check, just, you can't explain to anybody. Yeah, the Velcro's put on too tight.
Hello, my name's Joe Torres. And I have to tell you, brother, this is the wall that's about me. These are the trophies that I've won through the years. So we go through all this, and we have Texas Texans. Those are my MVPs. Those are my MVPs. I'm doing you, Joe. Come on over here, Joe. We're having fun. This here is the gold medal from Sweden that we won, Joe. We're glad that we can keep it in his room. I think he's got the Canadian flag pretty proudly there. Hey, did somebody invite this guy? Did somebody invite this guy over here?
To go from winning gold medals for the United States, just because he snubbed one tryout camp, he's going to turn around and snub his entire country? No, because he is Benedict Arnold.
Okay, Benedict Arnold was in a war, and when he betrayed his country, many people died because of that. Okay, this was in a war.
War to me. It's war to me, baby. Look out, Athens.
Robert, open this up and let me know if you want to cook longer. Okay, open it up now. Get a fork and use that knife. Just cut a piece at the corner.
What would you say?
I don't know. Cut a little piece off. It's your taste, not mine. I have no idea what you like. I know you like it raw, but yeah, I know, but I like it. I like it one way. You like it another. You cut it. Well, guess what? I'm busy. Put it in here.
And 1, and 2, and 3. Work at Rabbi, working on the line of say leave us alone. We drink and we
I'll just say one thing, okay?
Tribute to the club.
In a year and a half, we have become the strongest family I've ever had, as far as a second family. Okay, you guys have really made me feel right at home, and I absolutely consider you guys my boys. You guys are my boys. You'll be my boys for life.
This is the poster my dad got when he actually went to the Paralympics in 1996. He's right here. He's getting chased by one of the guys with his ball. This is actually a shirt that my dad ended up giving me. He didn't actually want it anymore though, but I don't know why. It has the quad rugby team from 1996 on it. There's Joe. Right there.
There's Dad.
Dad. There's the dad. My dad is one of the best rugby players in the world. But it's annoying to dust my dad's trophy wall because sometimes you even have to get up on a ladder and go all the way up to the top and dust up there and dust in and out and around every single trophy.
Robert's known for two things: getting nothing but A's and B's, and that his dad's in a wheelchair and plays wheelchair rugby.
My son's report card, he received an award of merit for his outstanding performance as school safety patrol. You get trophies for necessarily good work. I got this for the this team high honor roll for conduct, grades, and behavior.
Joe never really sat and bitched to me that, my kid doesn't do this, my kid doesn't do that. But you could hear it in some of the things he'd say. He doesn't play sports, and I wish he would. And he'd try to convince him to it and get him to try something, and it wouldn't stick.
6th grade year was really hard because before I got moved into advanced classes, the kids thought I was just a smarty pants and I know it all and all the other stuff.
Kids, you get very jealous and want to pick on me and Robert, or just Robert. One day I ripped a page out of his book to teach him a lesson. And I'll do it again if he acts up again.
I always told them, if some bully's picking on you, if you have no other recourse and they're coming after you, then go right for the nose. I remember I was either 7 or 8, and there was this one kid. He would call me cripple and gimp and everything else, and he made me really mad. And I just made sure I waited for the right opportunity, and I was close enough to him, and I was sitting on the ground because of course I couldn't walk, and I tripped him, and he went down. And when I did, I jumped on him, and once I had him, I just beat the living hell out of him because my upper body was a lot stronger than his.
Sink like a rock.
Mark is definitely what I would classify as a job. And I never would have given it any thought to hang out with jocks, to be honest.
When I met her, she was doing an internship at the morgue. How many girls do you meet that work at the morgue and that are cool and enjoy it?
I actually really miss working at the morgue. I miss the work. I miss the people. First time I saw Mark Zupan was at a friend of ours' funeral. He rolled in and introduced himself. I don't think we had a moment apart from that night. I really think it's curiosity that attracts a lot of girls to quadriplegics.
People in
I
chairs
think maybe also to some extent it's the mothering instinct.
I don't see what anyone can see from anyone else. But you are always trying to keep it real.
I had a girlfriend prior to the injury, and as I get discharged from here and I have to get back to my private life, how would that affect? Will I be able to be sexually active?
The short answer is yes. We have a video to show how to do it. As time goes on, we're going to go through a whole program in terms of what techniques you may need.
Often, adjustment after spinal cord injury involves a reevaluation or reordering of priorities in one's life. One must work through the issue of why this happened to me and make a conscious decision to move forward in life.
Women are not threatened by the guy that's in the chair. They come up, strike on great casual conversation, and you're like, okay, is she seeing the chair or is she seeing me?
Like everyone's like, what's your approach, Scott? How do you work these women? Fuck it, man. I'm like, the more pitiful I am, the more the women like me.
The girls who are interested, if they really like you, there is one question that pops in their head pretty quick. But they don't want to come out and say it. So they'll start with like, oh, how'd you get hurt?
So you can move them some? Or can move your arms?
Yeah, I can move them. And see, it takes about 10 to 20 minutes of working that chick. Then she finally drops the bomb, can you do it?
Stand.
No, it's all still very, very good.
I think everyone here, ding, 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 woo-hoo.
Wait, so some can get it up, but
It's not a given with every quad. When I first got injured, I was in intensive care. And everyone was curious to how I was going to be, how much function I was going to have when I came out of my coma that I was in. I was about ready to wake up, and the nurse decided to give me a bed bath in the bed. And the one nurse got so excited that I got a woody. She ran outside, got my mom, and showed her my erection.
Really?
Yeah.
Physical changes occur immediately after spinal cord injury. Before you engage in any sexual activity with a partner, it would be helpful to know how your new body works. This can most effectively be accomplished by masturbating.
The first thing I learned how to do was jerk off. That's the very first thing I learned. I'd rather be able to grab my meat than grab a toothbrush.
You break your neck, and look, these things may be impaired, but that still works. And when you're in a chair, you usually like to eat pussy.
It's humorous at times to watch the process of trying that. You know, you might fall over, you might have to do some modifications to it.
Well, but so does the girl have to be on top?
A lot of girls like being on top. I got a modified doggy style that I kind of perfected. Since I have less hand grip, I use a towel. I wrap the towel like for a belt around her like waist, and then I like hold it like right there, and then do my thing, you know.
My first full-on sex after being in a wheelchair was a very great moment in my life, just knowing that I could just still, not just the physical act, but that, you know, you could still go out one night, meet a girl, and get lucky. Things that you don't think are possible anymore.
I try to be constructive, okay? Constructive stuff you got to be able to accept. You can't be sensitive, okay? And if you do your job, am I going to yell at you? How do you think you guys have got to the level where we are right now? And that's because when you mess up, you need someone. Hey, when you were growing up, let me ask you something. When you guys were growing up, and your dad told you not to do something, and you did it, what did he have to do? He had to ground you, right? Whichever way. Well, guess what? I'm the same way. I've got to do that, okay?
My theory on discipline, if you start early and you let them know that you will back up what you say, then usually by age 5, the discipline is already established. Please don't do that. Don't do that again. You hear me? Stop acting up. Robert, go with mom. Go with mom now. If I say it again, you're done.
If you give them tough love, they learn the difference from wrong and right. And my dad was a police officer. If you badmouthed him, you did anything at all, there was consequences. And he was very hard-nosed, and he had really huge hands, and he hit really hard. And I let him know that it's not even close what I do to him than what my father did to me.
Thank you. Robbie's not gonna want that. Robbie's not gonna want that.
You need to calm down first.
You think he'd be who he is? Follow me. Wants the discipline that he gets from me. You wouldn't. Okay? And sometimes, yeah, hey, every parent goes a little bit overboard sometimes, but I'd rather be too strict than not be strict enough.
To you.
It's Team Canada, hopefully. A gold, baby. Golden rainbow.
Rabbi at one point took over a lot. Rabbi. They're like, you used to be like addicted. It's like an addiction. It's like some drug, like a drug for him.
When it comes closer to the point in time where the game is going to go on, he gets more edgy, more irritable.
Robert, I got up this morning at 6:30. I went to bed at 12. We're doing it tomorrow.
So we could do like 3 threes and like a deuce out there. I figure Trevor would be a great one.
The doctor wants him to take it easy and not get overstressed. And Joe is continuing to coach, and he wants to continue to play.
No! He doesn't have the ball! So we will keep on right away until we see you go right. Get out of there! Oh, my God. On the front of three! 1, 2, 3!
Do you want 50 or 25 Demerol? 50.
The 6-foot sheet.
50 Demerol, Kristen.
I was playing college soccer. We went out after a game we won. Had a few too much to drink, so I went and passed out in my buddy's pickup truck. He crashed. I went flying. He was drunk, and that was that.
Knowing Zupan and Igo as well as I do, this day, 10 years later, sometimes I feel worse for Igo than I do for Zupan.
Why isn't Igo at our 10-year reunion? I mean, there was apprehension on both of their parts because this is something very difficult.
I believe he feels if he came here, some part of Igo's mind would say, everyone else in this reunion is going to be looking at us and saying, there's Mark and the guy that put him in the wheelchair.
They were two best friends, and after the accident, Chris Igo thought I was gonna beat the shit out of him, and I hugged him. What else could I do? I says, this was an accident. I know you didn't do this intentionally, and as a result of that, don't worry about it. But you are responsible, and don't forget that either.
I didn't have a lot of anger. I had a lot of concern. I had concern that my son was going to die, and I had concern that Chris wasn't going to survive the mental challenge. It's got to be horrendous to live with that every day. It has to be horrendous.
The night of the accident started pretty innocently enough. We were doing shots with the girls, and we were, just slamming beer senseless. Next thing I know, I'm getting woken up by the bouncer. I had driven drunk prior to that. Well, everybody pretty much had. It wasn't a big deal at that point. I'm just thinking, all right, I'm going to get home. He had to have got launched all the way over this and landed in the canal. And, I had absolutely no idea that he was in the truck. I had a long, hard time, accepting that fact because it's just so foreign. For me to come back and see this, I don't know. I'm not getting a real emotional reaction. It's just a place that something bad happened. There was an accident, it was simply an accident. People talk about hitting rock bottom. I mean, not to sound like overly dramatic or anything, but I was definitely acting suicidal, whether I knew that or not.
They've quite possibly been the two worst personalities for this accident to happen to together. You've got Zupan, who is not an emotional person that's going to say, Igo, let's get all this out. Let's hear it. You feel guilty. I understand your guilt. I can help you with that. You've got Igo, who very much is, I don't need anyone's help. Where's the selfie? They seem to have the perfect storm of personality quirks that may prevent the two of them from ever saying exactly what the other one needs to hear or to make both of them whole to move forward with it.
I was pretty hard on him.
I would have him come get me, and he had a pager, and I just blew up his pager. I just would continually call. I would project my anger on the people that I care about. I mean, when you come out of rehab, you have traces of your old self just everywhere. Where you used to sit after you'd come home from, I don't know, a soccer game, a party, or whatever, or just seeing soccer shoes or stuff you would use in an able-bodied life in your closet. You have pictures. You have pictures of you playing sports. You have your friends. You figure out that home isn't necessarily comforting, but it gets to you inside.
Just keep it up. That's all we ask.
Is he going somewhere?
Yeah, home. Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you, if you guys want, write down like your contacts. I'll definitely let you know when we're gonna go out. They'll definitely be having like parties and stuff, and an all-out party where all you guys are gonna come down.
That's good. I'll be there.
Oh, come on. Is this a therapy joke?
I didn't think the card actually molested it, so you can blame it on her. Let me help you.
I got it.
I thought that said happy, sexy, healing. Happy XOXO, please. Happy, sexy, healing, baby. Sexy, healing.
That first week that he was in Robert, I mean, there was a little more compact. There's one we were looking at had a case of everything. Especially in the summer, like the rain was earlier.
This really sucks.
What sucks?
They said it's like everything here is nice and all.
Well, this is Lee going. This has the.
I'm in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
It sucks.
It's just like when you came from Robert Wood to Kessler, it was a new transition, different schedule. You gotta give it a couple weeks.
Just have a moment.
Yeah, but.
Preach to me all you want. It's not gonna make it happen. Yeah. Thankful I'm here. I could have been so much worse off. But the fact is what was once normal will never be the same. And that's just settling in, man.
Sure you want to see this? Imagine if you didn't have this on.
Selection's a hard part. We've got a great responsibility going towards Athens. We're going there to win gold. and selected a team that I feel gives us the best opportunity to do that. From Tempe, Arizona, Andy Cohn. From San Diego, California, Sam Glore, Cliff Chun, Lynn Nelson, Brent Poppin, Bob Lujano. From Phoenix, Arizona, Scott Hogsett. From Austin, Texas, Mark Zupan. From 2004, USA Paralympic Rugby Team.
What's your name? Melissa. It's nice to meet you. Do you like rugby, Douglas? Do you like it?
Maybe a little basketball.
You have a question?
I was going to ask you some questions.
Sure.
How did you eat your pizza with your elbows?
How did I eat it with my elbows? Well, I just picked it up like this. Use this chair to help me. This is my everyday chair. Let's get it like this. Seatbelt. Slide in.
How did you lose your arms?
Oh, I got sick when I was like 9 years old and contracted a blood disease. But I'm all right. That's all that matters. I'm alive. I use everything I have to get through life. So that's what we all have to do. Use everything we have.
I contracted meningococcosemia when I was 9 years old, and it's an early stage of meningitis, very rare form, just happens overnight, just like picking up a cold. Couldn't really do anything for me. They pretty much counted me off, that I wasn't going to make it. They brought a priest in to give last rites and everything, so they looked pretty grim. And then I just woke up and had no legs. That's what I remember being wheeled into the emergency room, and I could kind of look down and I saw my legs and my feet and just heading to the operating room. Just kind of knew this wasn't good. My father was very much instrumental in helping me deal with everything. I remember times whenever kids would kind of laugh or point, he would kind of laugh along with them and kind of joke about it. Once I saw him kind of lightening the situation, it didn't make me feel upset or hurt. I'm a 33-year-old single male in Birmingham. I think I'm living what every person that's a single male is supposed to be living. Live independently, take care of myself, cook for myself, have my own job.
Now these are my artificial limbs, and I use it primarily just to button up and zip up, and I also have to use them to drive. And when I first started out, I drove without them, and I got in a car accident, and the first thing they said was, "Do you have your seatbelt on? No. Do you have your arms on? No." Of course, much humiliating, but yet, life still goes on. It was a dream that I had where I was flying, and I've actually had it a couple of times, actually very much the same dream, where I'm at my grandmother's house, and that was the house where I lost my dad. And I just remember having a dream where I was just flying out into the backyard, flying over the roof of the house, flying among the trees.
I do see myself having limbs as I was flying. liberating feeling, not wanting it to end, and wanting to keep it going.
If he didn't have that exercise, he would be probably alive.
My doctor says you've got a heart of a bird.
I believe it.
Anybody want to join me in a toast? This is the first time we've seen Uncle Joe since his heart attack, and thank God his heart's pumping strong, and he's doing much better, and he looks great. He's in great health to his future and good health, and God bless him.
I'll be honest here. I'm living the American dream. My family moved here to the U.S. at age 11, and if I had stayed in Portugal, I probably would not have any near the opportunities in life as I've had living here in the U.S. If you've got a disability in Portugal, they become ashamed of having someone. It's a sign of weakness to them. So it's not that I'm not a proud American, you know, I still believe in my country, I live here, but I have a job to do, and it's been a great ride with Team Canada.
Okay, 360 coming up.
After his heart attack, he grew. It's like he grew, he matures. For some reason, he woke up. God touched Joe somehow. He did. I do believe him.
I believe in that.
I do believe in that. And everything changes because the way Joe talks is like the new Joe.
He's smart as a whip. Straight A's 3 years in a row. He plays the viola. He's pretty good at it, you know?
I always knew that Joe would grow up to be somebody. He had that fortitude about him. He had a great personality and he had a long drive. Unbelievable. For a man to confine to a wheelchair, you know what I'm saying?
Look, I underlined my home phone number. I got the cell number in that. Thank you. Thank you.
Good.
I'm actually the only person in the world to have all 3 world championships in wheelchair rugby. I don't think God is into competition, but I think God rewards those who help people out. And the man up there is giving me the strength to be a better coach now than ever. Okay, because you know I'm hoping he blesses my team.
Don't get the Americans to go in your way. Just beat them. Beat that ass over. They deserve the good beating.
I'll take it, baby.
This tournament is very important for us because it gives us an opportunity to reclaim what we feel is ours, which being the number 1 seed going into the Paralympics.
Are we ready to play here, boys? Are we ready? USA! Canada! Go get 'em! What's your band? What's your band? Attack, 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 attack! Oh!
Okay, yeah, this team will crush. We'll crush, okay? Let's go get this. 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, the gold medal winning team, the United States.
Is there any way you can take an earlier flight to get to my concert?
I'm going to try to go as quick as I can. Okay, and I miss you, and I love you.
Six students that did all the writing playoffs and all the written playoffs. So when I call your name, please come down. Samuel Fraser, Caitlin Grant, Jenny Park, Laura Payne, and Robert Sewers. Good job.
How you doing, bud? Well, I'm proud of you. You did a good job, bro.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to play this for you guys, and then I'll tell you a little bit about me and then a little bit about the sport itself.
U.S. wheelchair rugby team. Wheelchair rugby, also known as quad rugby, is for athletes who are quadriplegics.
When people in the community see you in a wheelchair, they kind of treat you like you're made of glass, noise or fragile, things like that. But in wheelchair rugby, it's kind of just helps people over time. Similar things happen.
What team are you on? You on one of the teams there?
I play for the United States Paralympic Rugby Team.
Do you wear helmets?
No, man.
Why not?
You don't want to do it wearing elbow pads, shin pads, a helmet, or whatever. And that might be just a macho man thing, but
Is there a technique to like falling?
you just don't lead with your head.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
It's kind of interesting because I've actually done more in a chair than I did able body. Don't let this thing limit you for doing anything you want.
Let's just say
Look at the
that
athleticism.
down the road as we play. Now I have the mentality that I don't want to be in this wheelchair for the rest of my life. Say we do start walking, do we get kicked off the team right away?
And if you make a full recovery and get out of the chair and walk away, well, then that might be one of the things you have to give up to go walk away.
What does that mean?
Aluminum?
Aluminum? You just got to put on her like that?
Yeah. Handmade. It's custom to each person. This chair's totally different every day.
You sure you want to do this?
How I feel, big dog? How I feel?
Feels like I'm on a battering ram.
How you feeling?
It's unreal. It's a whole different aspect of being in a wheelchair. Feel how rugged it is? Run into anything.
You can't.
I
can't do it. You're in a hospital. You can't do it.
We go outside.
You're on hospital grounds and God forbid something goes wrong or hurt yourself or anything, you're still a little fragile.
Can I give him a love tap?
No.
You stand there.
No.
He's not going to fall off that
I don't want to ruin your chair either. I think people like just throw their body at it.
You're strapped in a little differently when you're in it. So.
Okay. Excellent.
Those of you who aren't aware, the Paralympic Games fall just a few weeks after the Olympic Games. This year we'll be running September 17th through the 28th in Athens, using all the same venues and events, stadiums, everything in Athens, Greece.
We are playing competing, and right now we are 2 weeks or so.
It's an amazing sport to watch, and I think until you see it live, it's really hard to appreciate.
To the games, it's just going to be the hardest training of my life.
I mean, this is just crazy. I didn't expect anything like this.
Tell me about wheelchair rugby.
It used to be called murder ball, but you can't really market murder ball to corporate sponsors.
We've been hearing about a rivalry between the U.S. and Canadian quad rugby team.
You guys are really out there going after each other.
We have a reputation of always staying on top and always winning gold, so we don't want to be the first team to let our country down and not win. Thank you. I came a day early and I went and spoke at a rehab hospital, and there's this young guy that just got hurt, and he's hurt. He was told about rugby. I brought a rugby chair. We couldn't get him out of the rugby chair when it was time to leave. He's just like, "This is great. I want to go hit stuff. I want to." So just to see that, his eyes lighten up and being so happy, it's just so fulfilling.
NBC 13 has war with the American Paralympic Rugby Team.
The country's Paralympic rugby team preps for its biggest day in 4 years. The Paralympic Games in Athens, Greece are just a month away.
Just watching the Olympic ceremony the other day, the opening ceremony, that really got my blood going, realizing that we're only less than 30 days away.
Hey, Bobby, have you seen Ocean's 11? Yeah. Remember that dude, the little Asian guy that gets in that box and they break into the bank or the casino? Hey. Well, we're going to try that with you.
Oh my God, I'm going to piss myself.
So let's call the girls.
We're asking if
we call the girls.
All right.
Oh, just flip it upside down.
Yeah, just put it right up.
Will it work? Bobby, are you comfortable?
Sorry not.
Hold on. Where are you going? Oh, fuck. Ian. Bobby's gonna suffocate.
Scott needs a hand.
Quickly, my box fell over with my bag in it.
He just needs a hand real quick. I can't pick up a bag. Well, I mean, I think you just pick it up. Just pick it up.
Should I put it like this?
No, because I don't think I pick it up, and then the bag will be.
Yeah, straight
Yeah,
up.
pick it straight up.
All right. Yeah, that was real fucking funny.
I went to a wedding and my chick's mom's sister comes up. She goes, "Hi, Scotty. I'm so and so. I hear you're going to Special Olympics." And all of a sudden, I went from being the man at the wedding to a fucking retard. And I mean, it was the worst feeling. The Special Olympics is something that happens once a year, and it's for people who are mentally challenged. What they do in the Special Olympics is very honorable. It's amazing what they can do, but this is something that's totally different.
We're not going just for this feel good. Please pat me on the back. Thank you for participating. No.
We're not going for a hug. We're going for a fucking gold medal.
When we're prepping, we got to put emphasis on stopping Kirkland, stopping Zupan, jump on him, hit him, turn him. The adventure begins. You just can't be satisfied with just stopping it.
We've got to forget the past. We have to forget what happened in Sweden. We got to forget what happened in Vancouver. Now it's time to go to Athens and take care of business.
Trying to be your best son ever. My boy, best son anybody could ever have. That makes me so proud. Praise your best kid. Everything my boy. Everything we feel. Night and day is more than you'll say. 'Cause all my feelings more than I can let by. Or not more than you got. Just follow the day. Follow the day and reach for the sun.
I got injured 11 years ago in a freak accident out at a lake cabin. I got pushed off the balcony and broke my neck.
My friend who was driving on the freeway went into the median and hit a tree. I got thrown out the back of a pickup truck, and I spent about 14 hours in a canal hanging onto a branch.
I contracted a neurological disorder when I was 1, but it's allowed me to play quad rugby. Yeah.
We're going to divvy you guys up a little bit. We're going to show you a little bit of rugby, and then those of you that want to try it after we're done, kind of give it a live speed version of rugby. Anyone that's Air Force, Marines, or Navy, you guys are going to be with the blue team, and then all the Army guys will be with the red team.
My job is hold him and then hopefully snag a wheel on his way by. If I can slow him down for 1 second or maybe 2 seconds, then I've done my job.
It's full wheelchair contact, and it's definitely a lot of fun. If you like football and any physical sports, then you'll definitely love wheelchair rugby. I guess we're gonna play some.
Yeah, we're gonna
can actually see the game. I can't throw that far, just so that you guys.
Doesn't matter. Can you throw from none of us good at the beginning?
Don't worry about it. You're doing an awesome job. You're doing a fabulous job.
Congratulations. May God continue to bless our country.
Afghanistan and Iraq. We tried our best to very aggressive Ukraine, you know, like wars are getting bigger. It's And welcome
where even the Vatican actually discussed the possibility that the universe is replete with alien life. And the conclusion that it's probably not. That was the interesting thing. So it means that because we're expecting alien life from the galaxy for at least 900 years in Europe. And then they take the reader on a journey through the first ever UFO sighting from the 19th century. In fact, in 1857, there's a publication of a little book for the Magic Monitor, where they describe a wood chip that appears over a village called Jay in Ohio. The crew members seem to be giant figures with 6 feet on the ground. And the author of this book says they seem to be interplanetary travelers here on a mission of exploration, or maybe here to combat with us in some way. So the UFO story really begins in this little village called Jay, Ohio, in 1857. And this book, the brilliant artifact, goes on about all these interesting events throughout the 19th century. And then another thing, of course, that they really explore the origins of the ancient alien theory, which is also a lot older than what people imagine. It really started in 1823, which means that this year is the 200th anniversary of the ancient asteroid hypothesis. I don't know if you still have to celebrate, but so what do you think of the July 1947 arrival on the Mexico coast? What do you think of that? Well, on the one hand, I think it's a very interesting story. It didn't really become popular until around 1978. It's something that happened and was forgotten about, and lots of other UFO stories came to light. Then it seemed that from 1978 onwards, it became very popular. Lots of witnesses came forward, so it's got the witness questionnaire as one of the best documented cases in that sense. But I look at it again from a historical perspective in imaginations in alien artifacts. I talk about UFO crashes, reported UFO crashes going back to the 19th century again. In fact, in volume 2, which I'm going to bring out in a few weeks, it contains 15 cases of UFO crashes with alien bodies and so on from the 1880s onwards. So in a sense, the Roswell narrative fits very, very well in this pattern of reporting about UFOs that have fallen into Earth in distress and caused the death of their alien occupants. So I just look at it as a historian and say, wow, how well it fits into the evolution of politics. Did anyone ever have a second sighting? Yeah, in fact, we have several sightings. What I do in this new book also is that I really prefer anyone to look at a catalogue of all of these sightings together. We don't know whether he had 8, 9, 10, or 11 sightings, but I spoke to his daughter, Kid Arnold, too, and she gave me some information about others that he had. But yeah, what I do there is recreate the personality of his reports of pure mistake objects and strange live streams during the 1950s, 1960s. And he sometimes thought that like the center of attention for UFOs, maybe they were trying to communicate with him in some way. He also reached the conclusion that they might be living beings similar to jellyfish, but living in the upper atmosphere. So, I mean, stories that happen for encountering these phenomena repeatedly throughout his life. You can arrive on Philadelphia as a story. Why did you pick him? Well, as the original UFO witness, I think that if we want to know how the whole UFO subject started, we need to get back to the roots of it all. We need to find out who the first witness was. And the wonderful thing in the case of Tim McDonald is that he seems to be an extremely sincere anything what's wrong. Because you haven't been exposed to science fiction, you wasn't interested in comics and pulp fiction, amazing stories, that kind of thing. You couldn't have been influenced by what's coming out in comics and magazines at the time. There were no big movies about alien contact in that period, so I think he would be one of the fewest witnesses that was ever interviewed. And of course, he could get something wasn't the first either in that period, because there was also a cyclone in San Diego in October 1946 for the use of a spaceship. And I don't even think we heard about that thing. So, comic figure in the history of mythology. I'm really happy to have put the story together clearly for the first time. How did it become so well-known story? Well, when the officers of the group Oregonian the next day, they just gave them 5 minutes of their time to dinner, no one fearful will invest it. And they made a quick report to that day's newspaper. Later on in the day, after all, the officers of the Oregonian were inundated with calls from the press. People wanted to know more. What had McDonald, this aviator, never found? And it became so popular that the newspaper ran off to Arnold's hotel room in the afternoon and said, please, give me more information. So they spent 2 hours together, and that's when it all came out. And then that's when McDonald said he'd seen bat-shaped objects in the sky. Unfortunately, when William Beckett made a version of the subject for the Associated Press, he omitted that detail, and everybody reached the wrong conclusion that Arnold had seen this shape of that. Interesting. There's no question that once they started realizing how popular it was, the little article that probably was in the first page expanded into a bigger story, didn't it? Yeah, that's right. And then it became bigger and bigger. So, in just 2 or 3 weeks, Arnold became a celebrity. He was so inundated with big calls from officers from everywhere in the country who said that he was going mad. And he always said that he never regretted reporting what he'd seen, but he handled it slightly differently because he was in the 90s, but he found himself at the center of UFO controversy. There had never been a UFO controversy before. He was the main witness. But then, of course, as the weeks rolled by and so many people came forward with their own stories, ufologists estimate that about 10,000 sightings happened in that period. Of course, people lost interest in Arnold's story, which is important because we're talking about the first witness and probably the first time. How old was he when he had his first sighting, you know? Yeah, he was 31. So he was actually quite young. Okay, so yeah, I think. So he was really so young that he thought that he was a football star. I mean, at college, he was already quite well known, but for completely different reasons. But he only died in 1984, I believe. He was 68 years old. Was that what he was remembered as primarily? Yeah, of course, yeah. Closest to members of his family, I think he was the amazing legacy he left behind. They have news about their grandfather and husband with actual UFO that was seen sort of Kelvin-shaped objects. And he sort of remembered Kenneth Arnold for this reason. He's almost a kind of spiritual figurehead in the UFO world. Unfortunately, people don't know the story very well, and that's the whole reason I wrote this book, so people can find out what really said about the something. Do you know UFO writer James Easton? Yes, absolutely. He's written a story about Arnold too, and I'm not that familiar with it. I'm wondering if you are. No, I didn't the feedback obviously seems so good. If you had a moment to interview him about when he was alive, what would you ask? I said to him, why did you start changing the story from the 1960s onwards? Because there was a point in which he began to display the object slightly differently. I think that he was influenced by the US Post Office at the time, which was evolving so quickly. He wasn't aware of what had happened and fading or slightly twisted. I would say please sit down and draw exactly what you saw, but draw none of it, because there was such a uncertainty about whether they were all the same shape, which one was present shape. I mean, I really wish I had a tiny team. I've done the whole thing and just asking him to please go over it again and again and again, and to draw exactly what he saw. Was he going through a moment of notoriety in those days? Yeah, I mean, it's something that maddened him and very common, to be honest, because he was sensitive about things for the whole world. And at the beginning of this sources, I talked about a bar in Cadiz, which is the most coastal town in Spain, and about how they changed the name of the bar from La Botella, of the bottle, to Los Platillos Volantes, flying saucers. And so the impact of what he saw was so massive that it spread all across the world. So in just a few years, bars and pubs and restaurants were opening in every country with the name Flying Saucers. Because and the only way that possibly happened would be if these had been 70s, so that when you say that This is Super Bowl. Okay, so it's going to get loud and it's a little bit more modern. Love it. What's that? Okay, we're looking at a bunch of vertical like this. We're changing colors to the music. This is pretty cool. So stuff, you know, the artist and which space to use it. So it's the lights will have to go with the tune and you feel like you're a rock star in concert. Now look at the music, it's just really high quality music. The artist is saying that they're working with a partner like Sony. It's an immersive experience. It's not just walking through and looking at piano lights on stage. It's completely interactive. There's even a section of
Clubs on. I have to take a poop.
would allow them to come to a public with their trust, which is to say, no reciprocity. If you go to ask the fellow your help.
Political implications are pretty big because they have such a slim majority. It's not the majority down even a little bit more.
The current majority Republicans, the margin for doesn't stop to the on three. And the likelihood is that a Democrat will probably be elected to that seat in a special election that's to be held in the coming months.
Because it's majority so heavily Democratic.
Well, I mean, look, it was a swing district in the first place, and the idea that, but then, it is what it is. But the question for Republicans today is whether they want to continue to associate themselves with Sanders, because the race for those fellow New York Republicans is they might be more vulnerable in their own district because they can be tied to him by Democrats.
And still, ignoring that testimony, you are going to still, Canada is defiant, but I'm not sure you're so different in how politics used to be like when they had these huge scandals that step down.
It's very much missing from our national culture and certainly our national culture. And those things are speaking up. He, in fact, is arrived today for about half an hour, maybe, in the news conference out of that Capitol, conducting large-scale reporters and saying he'll be assigning more elections later today to do so. So he's not leaving the state, using his government spotlight to the extreme. It looks like you got junk in lanes from Rockland northbound south. 65 northbound is going to be a parking lot for you from the front of the 5, in fact, right into the delay from 5 northbound. As you make it through the long area, approaching the 605. Southbound side will be the 605, not looking any better for you from the east side road and crossing to Rapid South there. We're seeing people from 40 on 65 northbound as well. Up to 60. They'll take yourself some time this morning, time for the 710, even though you will see delays on the northbound side right now.
Okay, so.
I don't know, a soccer game, a party, or whatever, or just seeing.
Actually, the only person in the world to have all 3 world championships in wheelchair rugby.
You got rugged it is? Run into anything.
We can't.
I
We can't do it. You're in a hospital. You can't do it.
We go outside.
You're in hospital grounds and you're, God forbid, something goes wrong or hurt yourself or anything, you're still a little fragile.
Can we give him a love tap?
No.
You stand there.
No.
He's not gonna pull up that much.
I don't want to ruin your chair either. Why do people just throw their body at it?
You're strapped in a little differently when you're in it. So.
Okay. Excellent.
Those of you who aren't aware, the Paralympic Games fell just a few weeks after the Olympic Games. This year will be running September 17th through the 28th in Athens, using all the same venues and events, stadiums, everything in Athens,
right now we are two such separate.
It's an amazing sport to watch, and I think until you see it live, it's really hard to appreciate it. So the games, it's just going to be the hardest training of my life.
I mean, this is just crazy. I didn't expect anything like this.
Tell me about wheelchair rugby.
It used to be called the murder ball, but you can't really market murder ball to corporate sponsors.
We've been hearing about a rivalry between the U.S. and Canadian quad rugby team.
You guys are really out there going after each other.
We have a reputation of always staying on top and always winning gold, so we don't want to be the first team to let our country down and not win.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. I came a day early and I went and spoke at a rehab hospital, and there's this young guy that just got hurt, and he's hurt. He was told about rugby. I brought a rugby chair. We couldn't get him out of the rugby chair when it was time to leave. He's just like, "This is great. I want to go hit stuff. I want to." So just to see that, his eyes lighten up and being so happy, it's just so fulfilling.
NBC 13 has more with the American Paralympic Rugby Team.
The country's Paralympic rugby team preps for its biggest day in 4 years. The Paralympic Games in Athens, Greece are just a month away.
I was watching the Olympic ceremony the other day, the opening ceremony, that really got my blood going, realizing that we're only less than 30 days away.
Hey, Bobby, have you seen Ocean's 11? Yeah. Remember that dude, the little Asian guy that gets in that box and they break into the bank or the casino? Hey. Well, we're going to try that with you. Oh, my God. I'm going to piss myself. So are they coming down? Call the girls. We're asking if we call the girls. All right. Oh, just flip it upside down. Yeah, just put it right up there. Will it work? Bobby, are you comfortable? Yeah. Sure not. Come on. Where are you going? Oh, fucking pain. Bobby's gonna suffocate. Got these a hand. Quickly, my box fell over with my bag in it.
He just needs a hand real quick. I can't pick up the bag.
Well, I think you can pick it up quick. Just pick it up quick.
Should I put it like this?
No, because I don't think I pick it up, and then the bag will be. Yeah, straight up.
All right.
Yeah, that was real fucking funny.
I went to the wedding, and my chick's mom's sister comes up. She goes, "Hi, Sky. I'm so John. I hear you're going to the Special Olympics." And all of a sudden, I went from being the man at the wedding to a fucking retard. And it was the worst feeling. Special Olympics is something that happens once a year, and it's for people who are mentally challenged. What they do in the Special Olympics is very honorable. It's amazing what they can do. But this is something that's totally different.
Little different. We're not going just for this feel good. Please pat me on the back. Thank you. Thank you for participating. No.
We're not going for a hug. We're going for a fucking gold medal.
When we're prepping, we got to put emphasis on stopping Kirtland, stopping Zupan, jump on him, hit him, turn him. The adventure begins. We just can't be satisfied with just stopping it.
We've got to forget the past. We have to forget what happened in Sweden. We got to forget what happened in Vancouver. Now it's time to go to Athens and take care of business.
I didn't even think about that. That's just rugby. That's pretty easy to follow. That part seems to be real highlights and stuff.
You're the best son ever, my boy. The best son anybody could ever have. That make me so proud.
And day is more than you'll say, 'cause all my feelings are more than I can let by or not, more than you got, just all the day, and reach for the sky.
You definitely do. I've played a lot of long stuff.
I got injured 11 years ago in a freak accident out at a lake cabin. I got pushed off the balcony and broke my neck.
My friend who was driving on the freeway went into the median and hit a tree. I got thrown out the back of a pickup truck, and I spent about 14 hours in a canal hanging onto a branch.
I contracted a neurological disorder when I was 1, but it's allowed me to play quad rugby. Yeah.
We're going to divvy you guys up a little bit. We're going to show you a little bit of rugby, and then those of you that want to try it after we're done, kind of giving a live speed version of rugby. Anyone that's Air Force, Marines, or Navy, you guys are going to be with the blue team, and then all the Army guys will be with the red team.
My job is hold him and then hopefully snag a wheel on his way by. If I can slow him down for 1 second or maybe 2 seconds, then I've done my job.
It's full wheelchair contact, and it's definitely a lot of fun. If you like football and any physical sports, then you'll definitely love wheelchair rugby.
So I guess we're gonna play some. Yeah, you guys can actually see the game. I can't throw that far, just so that you guys.
Doesn't matter. Can you throw from none of us good at the beginning?
Don't worry about it. You're doing an awesome job. You're doing a fabulous job.
Oh, this is cool.
Congratulations. May God continue to bless our country.
Is she Vikings game? I have a feeling I'm missing text. No. Oh, no, I'm here for equal left. Wow, that's amazing. That's not Christian idea. No, I didn't really know anything about the Paralympics. It's pretty amazing. Damn, gold medal swimmer. Paralympics. Like, most people would think that you can't even swim as a Paralympic athlete, let alone like gold medal. Joe was fired from Team Canada. I told you Team USA. I think you should get it. This guy is all about everything. He was fired from Team Canada? That's basically some bullshit. He was the best coach Team Canada had ever seen. What's it called? Tiger King? What is this? Ah, it's garbage. Murder, mayhem, events. I don't know. I think this guy and I are like, though. Have you ever seen this? No. Come on, have you ever? No. Really? Yeah, it's during COVID and it got big and I was working. For real? Yeah. Was it big though? I would say, yeah, it was pretty big. It was the biggest thing of all time. No. May 19, 2020.
My name's Joe Exotic, and this is Thunder and Lightning.
Hi, I'm Carol Baskin, and I'm the founder and CEO of Big Cat Rescue.
Alien people are nuts, man. And I might be one of them people.
Tigers are so hot right now.
Let's talk about the Tiger King first. Is that Joe Exotic? That's Joe Exotic.
Have you heard about this crazy dude who's in a battle with this lady who might have fed her ex-husband to tigers?
Hail, you cool cats and kids. This is Carol Baskin. People cannot get enough of his view with Carol Baskin.
Much like Joe, the effort to free him is flashy and over the top.
I've been in prison because of Carol Baskin, you bitch.
You have a prepaid call from Joe Exotic. An inmate at a federal prison.
Trash can.
You're sitting on a trash can.
It would be nice if I could actually see me being famous out there, but I've seen these same four walls I would love to be able to watch the documentary. Maybe later down the road I can. With all of the guards, they're singing my music videos, wanting autographs and saying that they're going to buy my underwear off the internet. It's fun, and it's cool. I would love to be able to walk out of here, but I can't.
Selfies are 15. Cool.
Everybody from the zoo is up there making money. Yeah, Joe Exotic didn't token shit.
Joe is a lost, lonely guy that just went way too far. Sorry, buddy, but you did what you did, and now you're gonna serve your time for it.
And I'm paying the price for every one of them people. I'm done with it. I will die making sure that they end up in prison. Yeah. Welcome to my world of bullshit.
Gentlemen, start your engine!
Things have changed in Wingwood.
Joe, now in prison, this cast of characters are moving forward.
Dancing the Pasadena, it's Carol Baskin.
Tiger King Empire might be completely declawed. Congress making a big push to ban backyard big cats. They think taking my animals is going to shut me up. Watch how I fucking game split.
I am trying to get the fuck out of here. And if I have to make a deal with the devil, I will make a deal with the devil.
Tiger King changed our lives overnight. Anywhere we go, people know my name. I think it makes sense to capitalize. I thought, you know what, how badass would it be to have a big TK right in the center of the park when you came in?
Many are in a rush to get out of quarantine, and this place first on their list of trips. The virus not giving anyone here pause.
I bet you we've taken 20, 30,000 photographs of people.
We saw huge crowds and lines of people. Jeff seemed to be making money hand over fist. Even though we knew that tigers could contract COVID-19. PETA has submitted a lot of complaints about conditions for animals at Jeff Lowe's facility.
PETA's conspiring to put us out of business when we're not doing a damn thing wrong. We've gotten lots of trespassers, several death threats.
Private, what the fuck are y'all?
We're subcontractors for production. We're not on liberty to say.
I mean, you can get the fuck off.
Point this fucker at me.
So we brought John in from Vegas.
Come on our property, and this is what you're gonna do with.
There's an innocent man in prison because of Jeff Lowe. It's insane. I gotta get the hell out of this jail.
I absolutely love Joe, but I don't want to be forever known as just Joe Exotic's husband. I want to be Dylan Passage.
Dylan turned into a little monster because he wants 5 minutes of fame.
My name is Jeff Duncan. Dylan's boss.
False. He's my manager.
Okay, he's my boss.
We're about to have my merch drop.
This one, we have been told, is extremely effective. And we can call it tail brightener. Some people call it anal bleach.
I really thought this was for your face.
I've been instructed not to.
I'm John Rinke. When you have an accident and it's serious,
I like that right there, strong.
I think Joe might get out. I really do. Everybody thinks Joe was done wrongly, so Joe needs to be out.
Hey y'all, just got a letter from the Tiger King. I wrote him a few months ago. Didn't expect to get it back, but I did.
Joe Exotic needs you more now than ever.
He shouldn't need Joe because he's innocent.
This is what he wanted, to be on every social media platform, on every billboard, to be the talk of the town. Joe has been famous in his own head forever.
I was incredibly disappointed by the public's reaction to Carol versus the reaction to Joe.
My name's Debbie.
The reaction to Joe was #FreeJoeExotic. Certain people treating him like some kind of folk hero when he was convicted of trying to murder this woman. But the negative stuff we saw was that bitch Carol Baskin.
Find that bitch Carol Baskin. Gonna put her head on a stick.
She was terrorized for so long by Joe. Now all these other people are coming after her.
This is the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. I'm part of a Facebook group for that thing that came out on Netflix. And there's like threads of hundreds of people rushing the owner and hurting the owner.
The vast majority of the calls and social posts and emails that I was getting were so painful. I couldn't leave my phone on because I couldn't sleep. It was just constantly ringing.
Carol, it's an emergency. I found an injured bobcat on the corner of... I know you murdered your husband. You put a hero behind bars.
There's a clear, ridiculous, misogynistic double standard there.
There's not a shred of doubt in my mind that that lady's husband is Tiger Sashimi right now. I'm just saying.
The people were exposed to a great criminal injustice, and that's the fact that Joe Exotic went to jail. He's asking for a presidential pardon.
I've heard that. Is that true though, or is that just someone like coming up with that?
It sounds true. It sounds like something Joe would ask for. Yeah,
it does. If he has to go through another trial and everything, we're talking about years and lots and lots of money. The presidential pardon would just get him out.
I can guarantee you that a presidential pardon has never been done like this in U.S. history. We're using the biggest bus on U.S. soil. We're putting on a show. I reached out to Joe and explained to him that I had looked at his case, and I felt like we had a good opportunity to blow holes all through it, and I think we can get him released. I've assembled a team right now that is going to put the five-finger death punch on this case.
Around the beginning of COVID, Joe was transferred to Fort Worth. Eric called me and said he... case for us to work on if I was interested. He told me what it was, and I said, yeah, I'm in. Whatever it is, let's do it. This is fun. Well, our investigators have uncovered quite a bit of evidence that was unknown at the time of trial and obviously affected the trial. Joe got screwed. But look, notoriety is what we need for a partner. And has there ever been an inmate that gets as much support, love, fan mail? No.
Ain't nothing wrong being trailer park Liberace, boy. I mean, look at this picture right here.
Right.
That's something ought to be on a bottle of wine. Right?
Yes. Hello.
Hey, what are you doing?
Actually wrapping the Tiger King Cadillac, believe it or not.
Joe is going to be so proud of this when I send him pictures of this. He's going to be so proud that it came out as good as it did.
Joe hired people to hunt and murder Carol, but people feel for Joe because Jeff Lowe and James Garrettson may have set him up.
The only reason the Tiger King got put in jail is because everyone put him in jail.
Oh, the fat guy that used to just keep putting businessman under who owned a couple strip
Well,
clubs.
he's an idiot, though. That guy's super cocky.
Yeah.
You know, I hate that guy.
I constantly get bad reviews on my jet ski business because of the Tiger King show. My reviews went from a 5 to like a 3, so I'm getting fucked with all the time.
When'd you get this?
Paid Jeff and James, me, to get my Zoom bastards, be my voice. Joe Exotic, Tiger Queen. Yeah, that guy's an animal murdering piece of shit. Did you write him the letter?
We all wrote him a letter. I mean, what's wrong with that?
Joe's gonna hate you, though. He'll be like, "Fuck that piece of shit." Tell Joe the life-size Chucky came by to say out. The public sees me as just the snitch. You know, a lot of people don't know the facts, and I've been talking to a lot of people. Like Mike Busey,
I'm kind of like a preacher that serves beer at church, you know, and I'm okay with strippers and all the crazy stuff.
he has a big following. He built a big sausage castle where it's like an adult playground. He has a lot of people that support him.
This used to be a garage, which is now our podcast studio. We try to entertain the people who follow our podcast. You, sir, are by far one of the most hated individuals in Tiger King. But now, this is like your opportunity to become the hero of the piece.
You know, everybody turned on Joe. It wasn't just me.
Did Joe Exotic pay to have Carol Basket's killed?
I don't think so. I think it was some kind of scheme that Jeff Lowe and Glover worked out. And, I mean, I'm pretty sure Jeff Lowe was behind it all.
James Garrison wanted to be a big shot, and all of a sudden he gets to be a government agent. So, to avoid prosecution on exotic charges, he starts dancing with the devil. If Joe Exotic is guilty of murder for hire, Jeff Lowe should have been the first one prosecuted. He drove the money. He set up the means with the government.
Joe has no criminal history. As a matter of fact, he was the
youngest police chief
in Texas. So I think that speaks volumes. Jeff Lowe, on the other hand, does have a criminal history.
How could it be that Jeff Lowe's criminal cases in Las Vegas are still pending? Why were the firearm possession charges against him not filed in Las Vegas? He's a felon.
If people knew who Joe was, there would not be a single Free Joe shirt.
These
in
people
America.
don't know Joe. He is a monster, and if you go so deep, dark into who he is, you'd be like, oh, wow.
Joe screwed over 1 million people. I don't understand why all these bullshit bloggers ain't ever talked to the right people. You know, everybody says, well, what do you think about the Tiger King show? It's like, I have never watched any of it. When you live 20 years of it, you don't want to see it anymore.
Adios, Joe. I still got plenty of bullets.
Actually, I haven't seen Joe face to face in 20 years and don't want to because it ain't going to be pretty. Here's a picture of me, and there's Gerald, and Tammy, Pam, and Joe. It didn't matter what he had to do to get people to look at him. He would do it. It's like he was a little calm. I mean, we always fought because we always had to do the work, and he got out of it all the time. Joe used to walk around with a damn BB gun, shooting stuff, and then wrap them up and doctor them back to life. He went through stages of being different people. He'd dress up as a cowboy one day, then he'd dress up as a grandma, and it's just like he's in a make-believe world. But in reality, we worked from daylight to dark every day. We were my dad's hired help. took an ass whooping when we were on the farm.
My dad used to live there in relationship. And he almost drowned my brother. Every time my dad done something wrong, he was always our fault. I've been in a broken family my whole life. That's all I know.
That's exactly what he used to chase coyotes. We had a lot of great dogs. We took them all hunting. And we used to have a black lab. She'd have puppies. Dad put all them puppies in a burlap sack and throw them in a pond and drown them. He did it because he knew that would mess us up.
I was raised in an abusive situation, and I was in a break that abusive cycle. One of the guys that I graduated high school with was a cop in another town, and I was like, this would be kind of cool. So I decided to become a police chief because I want to help people. At the age of 19, I graduated the academy, and I was the youngest cop in the state of Texas. Saved the world, from drugs and alcohol and all that good shit.
This one here is Joe Renee that was arrested. Joe and I made that night. I remember he had a tram thing, and that's what he patrolled. It was decked out with a light bar on top and had green and blue strobe. I'll never forget that. He looked like a Christmas tree coming out of it.
He had a magnet that said police, and he put on the side of his quad car. He was very good looking, and he ended up asking me out on a date, so we started dating. Joe and I dated for quite a while. I was at a point in my life where I had 2 children and no husband. My ex-husband beat me on a regular basis. Joe was the one that got the warrant for his arrest. And he asked me to marry him on Christmas. Joe introduced me to his family as his fiance.
I was dating the fire chief's daughter and lived with her for, she was never had sex one time.
It really made me feel special that Joe was a gentleman and wanted to wait to have sex. I will admit I'm naive, okay? So I guess, yeah, when somebody says something like that, you really want to believe it. He would always come home late, and some nights it was like he'd been drinking. Well, I found out later that he was stripping for the mayor and all her friends. They would have big parties, and they paid him to be a stripper, which later in life I find, kind of hilarious. The chief of police stripping for the mayor.
We had to raise money to buy a fire truck. So I stripped down to a G-string for money to buy a fire truck.
It was pretty funny. But I never looked at the big picture with Joe. I mean, everybody had been telling me that he was gay. I didn't want to believe it, but he was. I found out that he was going to gay bars.
Picking up strangers. Let me tell you about the day.
I was 19 when I came out. It was hard, real hard.
After I found out, him and I broke off the engagement. But anytime he had problems, he would turn to me to help him out, help him get through it. He said he didn't want to be gay. I couldn't tell you how many times he probably attempted suicide.
It made me depressed. I spent nights on the phone to suicide hotlines. Then I met Brian and cleaned up. I met Brian when I was working security in Miranda. And he was a customer. We dated for a while and got married. And we're together 16 years.
Brian and I got along great. He was so good with kids. We all spent time together.
I believe everybody in the family knew that Brian and Joe were a couple. Brian was included in everything. I called Brian Uncle Brian before I did Joe, Uncle Joe.
Joel didn't try to pretend to be anything that he wasn't, but it cost him a lot. Officers in surrounding towns would make fun of him. There was a couple of times that other officers didn't want to back us up when they needed help, for the simple fact that they didn't like to.
I said, what?
Which wasn't right.
I was bullied most of my life.
Look at this. We are children.
It is so
Put that at the beginning because one needs to really fucking understand the after this book is being delicately discussed. Like if you want no fucking nice sound you know the fucking Rothschild the champagne sound the month of those crap eyes that went next to me you should have said yes but like gracious Sure. Well, here's a little wild cut out for that. West Side West World. West Side Stories.
Million miles later. I know a lot of great people in Oklahoma. But guess what? A gay cowboy doesn't fit in up there for a lot of reasons.
West Side, dude.
You were my true love, the one that's supposed to last. A million miles later, still stranded in the bay.
And then it goes.
For his entire life, Joe's targeted. Just like how he targeted on this case.
I have the text messages between James and Jeff saying that one is queer in prison. And then we have the text messages from Jeff. And Dylan saying he's going to beat the fat out of Dylan.
There's a lot of folks that are homophobic that are related to this case. And we can prove that in that part document.
Man who's the star of this show on Netflix called Tiger King. He's asking you for a pardon, saying he was unfairly convicted.
Are you recommending a pardon?
No, I'm not advocating anything.
I'll take a look. Is that Joe Exotic? That's Joe Exotic.
We are here in the nation's capital to deliver the presidential pardon request to our at the White House. Look, this is an ugly case. You have suppressed evidence. You have a tainted jury. You have collusion of law enforcement prosecutors. He's innocent. We can prove it. It's all right here.
And now it's official, folks. A petition for pardon, more than 200 pages, has been filed.
And we've seen with President Trump, he has a history of granting clemency to celebrities and those who are politically aligned with his views.
Carol, can I ask you a question? Would that bug you if he got a presidential pardon?
Oh, of course, because been trying for decades to get somebody to kill me. So having him back out on the street is really frightening.
If anyone doesn't think he belongs in jail for the rest of his life for that, you know, they have my sympathy.
Because there is a bit of a groundswell in America, I believe, of trying to get Donald Trump to pardon Joe.
Could we move on to something else? Could we move on to something else?
So we got a call about a VIP luncheon with President Trump. Team Tiger had a quick meeting. We knew that this would be a good opportunity. It would put us in front of the president and the folks that surround him, and to continue to bring awareness to the request that is on the desk. Please sign the presidential pardon. So we drove down last night, talked to the Secret Service and the folks that we've already interfaced with.
I want to get a picture.
Okay, come on. Take it. Well, here, take it.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
But this morning I got a text.
It starts breaking news. Breaking news, President Trump has tested positive for coronavirus.
The president and first lady are positive for COVID-19, now in quarantine at the White House.
You know, they were supposed to have a sit-down dinner with Don Jr. And then his dad got admitted to the hospital, and that went to shit.
So now we have to reschedule. I'm a gambler. When I feel something is in my favor, I push that. I feel that we have a 100% chance of gaining the presidential pardon for Joe. Everything is in its place. We just need the signature.
I was and kind of still am a bit skeptical about Eric Love's position being involved in the case. Eric Love is throwing all this money away on somebody who he's never even personally met. That's what's kind of sketchy to me.
At least Eric Love is trying to get Joe out of prison. I need Dylan help me.
It's kind of heartbreaking for me because like I want to get him out of there, but it's not like I can just walk up to the jail and let him out.
If that would be Millen in jail, she would be on the outside of this building with a pickaxe trying to get a hole through the wall.
And a lot of things have happened since Joe's been incarcerated. I don't know how I would feel, seeing Joe. It's not easy, and it's extremely stressful. And he's not okay with me when I'm going and hanging out with my friends. What's up? I didn't cause any of this. I don't know if we're gonna stay married forever.
What makes you so honest? We had an argument in the morning and I got arrested.
Yoshi.
I haven't seen it since. I've lost everything. I lost my brother. I lost Travis. I lost Brian. I've been through him.
Brian was the glue with the family. He always told Joe like it was. Joe stayed in line with Brian. But he originally got sick with lung cancer, progressed a little faster because Brian was HIV positive. And I would go, Grandma, does he really have to take all that medicine? Because, I mean, he just had baskets of medicine. And she was like, yeah, that's what, helps him. That's what helps him. And he just got so bad, it was like he was skin and bones.
Joe would rush him to the hospital for this, that, or the other. And then the one time he took him to the hospital, Brian died in the parking lot on the way home. And he called me. And that was a gut-wrenching conversation. Brian had just died in his arms. Brian was his anchor. Brian was his normal. When Joe told me about it, he broke down and was crying. That is what completely messed him up. Because before that, he wasn't the monster he is now.
The Joe of 2000, I never saw
Dude, I
one
almost
shred
got that though.
of narcissism, but after Brian passed away, Joe was a totally changed person. And when I went back in 2014, everything that I thought I knew about Joe was just gone.
Yep. Finally sold the show, got a record label deal, got a book deal. Yeah, one of my YouTube videos, top country music videos.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another fun episode of Day of My Life here on JoeExoticTV.com.
Joe is all about the cameras, and there was always a camera on him.
Give me a stretch.
Anything personal, anything tragedy, it became a video. We had a chimp that died. We need a necropsy. I want to bury her. Wanted to find out what happened, but wouldn't let me do a necropsy. Couldn't do it. Not going to cut him up. We had to bury it right away.
Say something, I'm giving up on you. Anyway.
Joe made a video burying it, like a funeral. He put a Joe Exotic shirt on and everything.
Say something, I'm giving up on you.
Everything Joe did was for attention.
See, this is the part I don't know what to do because I don't know what the video is going to be doing. You're going to be showing something else. Scroll up on the raptor and let me look at that. God, man, the next money I have, I'm buying that big screen TV, so we've got a teleprompter.
He was an attention seeker. She knows how to manipulate people, how to get them to do what she wants.
A lot of the bad stuff I blocked away because I don't want to focus on it. Wherever Joe went, he left a wake of misery, pain, and suffering. People like John Rinke, he lost everything. Saf lost his arm. I lost my mind. I lost my sanity.
When I took a step back and kind of looked back at my experience on that park, I know now that I wasn't doing what was best for those animals. If Joe wanted to get rid of an animal, he would make sure that it got done.
The evidence is unequivocal. The animals are the ultimate victims here. But I do not believe that Joe Exotic deserves to be in jail for 22 years.
They didn't think you get the murder for hire, so they just take some stupid and they take animal attorneys to make it look like this little animal murder.
all the wildlife counts were added because the murder for hire case was so weak. You have a better chance of winning a sex offender case than you do a cruelty to animals case. And they were going to do whatever to convict them.
The only thing that concerns me right now is getting out of this jail and showing everybody the truth. President Trump, this is Joseph Maldonado Passage. The world knows me as Stuart, but for the last over a decade, I have been harassed and chased by a woman by the name of Carol Baskin, which would be the same thing as a Nancy Pelosi for you. My legal team can prove to you the conviction that I got was unwarranted. For anything that I've done wrong. So I'm asking you, please, as an American citizen, to sign my pardon.
The president's supporters flocked to the nation's capital in Stop the Steal protests.
D.C. leaders preparing for pro-Trump supporters coming back to protest the results of the election. Hey, I've got liquor, we got cups, we got beer. I brought everything but toenail clippers.
I'm glad.
Well, today, as you can see, we're taking the exotic one to Washington, D.C. We're asking for President Trump to please put the pen to the paper to sign the pardon. This is John Rinke. Everyone knows him from the Tiger King series.
Joe's got to get out of there so we can right this wrong. All we got to do is be seen. I mean, look at me. I mean, we're going to be seen.
We think today's going to be a great day, and we look forward to heading to Washington, D.C.
Come fly with me, let's fly away. If you can use some exotic booze, there's a bar in far Bombay. Come fly with
Today is the day American patriots start taking down names and kicking ass.
So, hey, our main mission today is this big banner. We're going to hold it up. We're going to get it out. It's going to be great.
hundreds of thousands of people here. These people are not going to take it any longer. They're not going to take it any longer.
So what are you guys out here for today?
So I'm the leader of Team Tiger. We're asking for an immediate signature on the presidential pardon request that we've submitted.
And then late in the evening or early in the morning, boom, these explosions of bullshit. And all of a sudden,
why are you here?
Why are you here?
I'm here for America. This is garbage. This is trash. You are not in the right place.
We are in the right place.
Look around you, dude. You see any other fucking Joe Exotic signs? You see one, even one. You guys are gutter sluts. You don't belong here. Gutter sluts. No Republican please from using tigers is okay. Nobody wants you to pardon Joe Exotic. Nobody.
Let's go down the street.
Y'all think it's trash and gutter.
Hey, Rabbi, we're going to go ahead and go down toward the street.
it doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved.
As we leave Washington, D.C., we get an alert, and it looks like all hell's breaking loose.
Yeah, they said after Mike Pence said he wasn't going to object to the states giving Biden their electoral votes, it all went to shit. Sure, people ain't happy. I hope our banner got noticed.
Donald Trump chose not to pardon Joseph Maldonado Passage.
This team was so confident he would walk away from prison. A limo was waiting to whisk him away.
Who's feeling so sorry for a guy who's got a stretch fucking truck limousine outside? I think Fran and Eric Love went a little overboard with the plane and the bus and the limos and all that bullshit. I'm put out with the whole mess, okay? Why am I in here? Who benefited from me being in prison? Who benefited from having my mouth shut? ViralRabbi. I know a lot of people are going to say, oh, Joe has been stalking Carol all these years. But it's really about the truth about Carol Baskin and Don Lewis. Her husband, Don Lewis, has been missing since 1997. Folks, remember the $10,000 reward we have up for any information leading to the whereabouts of Don's body, so we can finally place Carol where she belongs, in the state penitentiary. Why is she walking free? and I'm the one in prison. I'm looking for someone else to start digging into Don Lewis's disappearances. If you don't give a damn, stop just thinking.
All right. So Joe was onto a lot of stuff. Joe had a lot of information. We cannot discount some of the things that he has said. My name is Jack, but I go by Ripper. I am an armchair detective, an internet sleuth. I have no background in law. I tell people I got my lawyer degree from Google. I remember I sent a message to this friend. Have you seen Tiger King? She sent a message back, yes. And I said, maybe we should start like a Facebook group for Don Lewis. So for those of you out there that have information about this, it's time to spill the beans. Law enforcement normally do.
Where do you want to start? I guess at the beginning somewhere. The crazy beginning. Crazy. What was the beginning?
People are nuts, man. And I might be one of them people. I don't know. But they're all half out there, man. They're crazy.
You know, the monkey people are a little bit different. You know, they're kind of strange, but the big cat people are backstabbing pieces of shit.
A decade-long feud comes to a bizarre end. Tiger King stands accused of trying to have a woman killed.
You know, there's not every day that a zipkeeper went to prison for murder for hire. So I'm sure y'all got a story to tell.
This is a prepaid call from Judge Donnie. An inmate at the Grady County Jail. You know what they got me with? 79 years. I went to work every day prepared to die in a tiger cage. Dying doesn't scare me. Hell.
Here is a fact that may make you stop for a second. There are more captive tigers in the U.S. today than there are in the wild throughout the world.
Come on, you sexy beast. Hide with a man. With a big smile. There you go. Show a pulse.
And you would not believe how many sheriffs told me, oh, yeah, just down the street, there's a guy that has a lion or a guy down there that has a tiger. They just feel very strongly that these are mine and nobody's going to take them from me.
Today, it's real simple. Don't own big, dangerous, exotic animals because it's the time bomb. Everybody has a story. Everybody has owned one. It's always been a bad ending.
I've been doing this 20 years, never even been bit.
Look at this. Our mission is to ban the private possession of these magnificent animals.
She wanted to shut down his zoo, and he wanted her on.
The so-called Tiger King.
He is on trial, accused in a murder-for-hire plot.
Joe Exotic is accused of paying a person to murder Carol Baskin.
Long before he was ever indicted in these charges, Joe Exotic was someone that makes good TV, makes good news. Even if it's a train wreck, you can't help but look.
He's a completely insane, gay, gun-toting, drug addict fanatic.
He wasn't real. He was like a mythical character living out in the middle of bumfuck Oklahoma.
The well-known zoo owner was taken into custody.
He could be looking at nearly 80 years in prison.
When I leave this park, I would have bulletproof this. That is how bad this has gotten.
There is so many strange twists in that story. You would have to write books, volumes of the stuff that went wrong there.
Like we shouldn't tell the whole thing. Because then you'll get it. Then you'll say, Jesus fucking Christ. Why are you in jail?
And how old is she? She's 23 years old.
When I started this project, I had no idea it would consume 5 years of my life and end up as ugly as it did. It all began when I was investigating a notorious reptile dealer in South Florida.
See how the snake stresses? That's when the venom shoots out. That's enough to kill everybody in this room 3-4 times over.
The guy showed up one day wanting to buy a venomous snake.
We hadn't even opened for sale yet. These are those real young ones, you know.
When he was leaving, he said, "Check out what I just bought." In the back of this guy's van was a snow leopard. Oh, shit. It was 100 degrees outside.
Do they need to be refrigerated? Or,
If they're acclimated in Florida, you know, they're born and raised here in Florida.
Are these as rare as the clouded leopard?
These are rarer than leopard.
It just blew my mind. What is a snow leopard doing in the back of this guy's hot van? That set me on this journey to really understand what is going on with people keeping big cats in this country.
Oh, little girl. You don't want to take it out. Your whole audience will say, "Oh my God, that guy has a mullet."
No, I like it. I like it.
Oh my God, Bill Muddy. Joe Muddy was 65. These were grown up in. House, yep. We've got like 8 of them in there now. People every day they're like, "You must have the most incredible life to live with 187 big cats." I started building this in 1999. Believe it or not, this was a completely empty field. And over 16 years, it's grown into this. My name's Joe. Sorry, and this is thunder and lightning. The only difference between my pet and your pet is
Where do you want to start? I guess at the beginning somewhere. Crazy beginning.
People are nuts, man. And I might be one of them
monkey people are a little bit different. Yeah, they're kind of strange, but the big cat people, backstabbing, pieces of shit.
A decade-long fear comes to a bizarre end. Michael King stands accused of trying to have a woman killed.
You know, there's not every day that a zookeeper went to prison for murder for hire. So I'm sure y'all got a story to tell.
This is a prepaid call from Joe Exotic, an inmate at the Grady County Jail. You know what they got me? 79 years. I went to work every day prepared to die in a tiger cage. Dying doesn't scare me. Hell.
Here is a fact that may make you stop for a second. There are more captive tigers in the U.S. today than there are in the wild throughout the world.
Come on, you sexy beast. Hot.
With a big smile. There you go. Show her balls.
And you would not believe how many sheriffs told me, oh yeah, just down the street, there's a guy that has a lion or a guy down there that has a tiger. They just feel very strongly that these are mine and nobody's going to take them from me.
I think it's real simple. Don't own big, dangerous, exotic animals because it's the time bomb. Everybody has a story. Everybody's owned one. It's always been a bad ending.
I've been doing this 20 years, never even been big. Our mission is to ban the private possession of these magnificent animals.
She wanted to shut down the zoo, and he would.
So-called Tiger King.
He is on trial, accused in a murder for hire plot.
Joe Exotic is accused of paying a person to move Carol Baskin.
Long before he was ever indicted in these charges, Joe Exotic was someone that makes good TV, makes good news. Even if it's a train wreck, you can't help but look.
He's a completely insane, gay, gun-toting, drug addict fanatic.
He wasn't real. He was like a mythical character living out in the middle of bumfuck Oklahoma.
The well-known zoo owner was taken into custody.
He could be looking at nearly 80 years in prison.
When I leave this boat, I would have bulletproof vest. That is how bad this has gone.
There is so many strange twists in that story. You even have to write books and volumes of the stuff that went wrong there.
Let me show him down the whole thing. Because then you'll get it. Then you'll say, Jesus fucking Christ. Why are you in jail?
The biggest pimple of all time.
And how old is she? She's 23 years old. When I started this project, I had no idea it would consume 5 years of my life and end up as ugly as it did. It all began when I was investigating a notorious reptile dealer in South Florida.
See how the snake stresses? That's when the venom shoots out. That's enough to kill everybody in this room 3-4 times over.
The guy showed up one day wanting to buy a venomous snake.
We haven't even offered for sale yet. These are real young ones, you know.
When he was leaving, he said, check out what I just bought. In the back of this guy's van was a snow leopard. It's 100 degrees outside. And they need to be living.
If they're acclimated in Florida, you know, they're born and raised here.
These is rare. A lot of them are rare of them. It just blew my mind. What is a snow leopard doing in the back of this guy's hot van?
That set me up to really understand what is going on with these big cats.
Oh, You don't want to take that. Your whole audience will say, "Oh my God, that guy has a mullet."
Oh, I like it. I like it.
Oh my God, Bill Muddy. You're Muddy with 60 dollars. These were grown up in my house. Yep. We've got like 8 of them in there now. People every day they're like, "You must have the most incredible life to live with 187 big cats." I started building this in 1999. Believe it or not, this was a completely empty field. And over 16 years, it's grown into this. My name's Joe Exotic, and this is Thunder and Lightning. The only difference between my pet and your pet is mine have 3-inch teeth, and they weigh 400 pounds. Does it feel good to stand on my stage with 500-pound tigers and everybody envy you? Absolutely. Okay? I would be the biggest liar if I said no. Stop. A brand new shirt. Switch.
Do you have a sense of bonding with them, or do you have a sort of like an emotional connection between you and this cat?
It's very emotional connection between me and these cats. Extreme. That's your deal right now. I mean, this whole deal is about just wanting petted and loved on. You know, it's just they're so affectionate.
Are they trying to mate?
We have a very open relationship here. We do not discriminate here. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you to the Greater Wonderwood Exotic Animal Park. I got to show you, you're going to get closer to Tiger's Lodge here than you would in Wood World. As a matter of fact, you're going to get so close, I can almost promise you somebody will be urinated on. If that happens, we have t-shirts. If you get something that says I got money, don't buy a tiger.
All right. What you guys do is walk right on down the fence line right here. You're following Katrina. We're going to introduce you guys.
I'm kind of embarrassed to say it, but when I got here, I was kind of into my roots. Now let's put some Craigslist. Man, I've never done this shit before. What the fuck? Let's go. And now, I'm doing tiger shows.
I've been manager of the GW Zoo for 14 years now. Most of the staff was unique. That's what I thought was really, really cool about this zoo. And then there's Joe.
People who worked for Joe were misfits, and they were a family. It was a place where all these misfits could come together and be with the king of the misfits and reign over them.
Joe is an entertainer by nature. He was pretty much the star of his own show.
I'm going to try and get some good shots, so make sure y'all give me some promo pictures in there. No, I want you up front with a still camera.
Meeting him in person definitely solidified that.
Woke up this morning with the sun shining bright. Study your smile, change the word you want to say.
For Joe, the zoo was his stage. It was the one place he could shine. He could control every aspect of it. From the start of the day to the end of the day, he filmed everything. He had this live TV show that he would do for a number of his followers.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Joe'sTV.com.
Where does your TV show at?
On the internet worldwide. Every night at 6 o'clock.
Joe had been doing these internet broadcasts either on a regular basis or periodically for probably a decade or longer before I got there. He never had more than 80 people watching the thing live. When I walked in, I had all this experience. I had national reputation.
If you watch watch us often. You know, one of our reporters, Rick Kirkham, he's nuts. With a mere touch of the flame, it was instant Kirkham kabah. Hey, Mike, get the charcoal.
I've done a lot of shit in my life, but I didn't have an personality like Joe Exotic. He knew that I could make him famous. I took it to a new level because I made it look like a real television show.
We did a show every night. I want to say 9 out of 10 shows was about animal rights people in Carroll down in Florida.
One thing you're forgetting out there in animal rights people is supposed to Carol Baskin, and that's Carol Baskin got a big job for us. It was all part of Carol Baskin's plan when Peter and Carol Baskin is so influential that Carol Baskin and Carol Baskin.
Man, if he ever had an enemy in his life, it was Carol Baskin.
Hi, I'm Carol Baskin, and I'm the founder and CEO of Big Cat Rescue. We're the world's largest accredited sanctuary that is devoted entirely to caring for big cats.
Just 2006, been in this pissing match over tigers.
If there's one thing I know for sure, it's that big cats don't belong in cages.
I kept to myself. I did my own thing. I picked up a Oklahoma newspaper one day, and here's the story about this trashy little roadside zoo. And it was me. Her whole plan is to get her following to believe that we're abusing tigers and running us all out of business.
Your destination is ahead on the right.
Oh, it's just that's perfect.
You make it down so you got this cat. This is Joseph the lion, and he came from a facility in Ohio. I really believe in life that you can only be good at one thing. You get nasty with me. Saving the cats is one thing that I can fix if I can just stay focused on that. So I don't read the newspaper, I don't watch news on television unless there's a cat involved. We're headed to Cameron and Sabu. She's saving the very best part for last because they love the turkey necks. This is Bengali, an old circus tiger. See how they go from being so sweet to just wanting to tear your face off and you do it like that. And it's like, wow, it's amazing to have that kind of range and that speed. I live, eat, and breathe ending the captivity of wild cats. And I know that I'm going to see this trip to the end.
Dude, I like Carol
What
Baskin.
really sets apart Big Cat Rescue from the zoo is that we are fixing the problem, they are creating the problem. People like Joe Exotic, what they are doing is breeding cats for life in cages. A tiger needs 400 square miles of territory in the wild, so there's no cage that's going to be sufficient. But the reason that we have cats in cages is to provide them a safe place to live until they die. This was our oldest cat. Black Mamba was a jaguar, Koki was an ocelot, Champlain was a Canada lynx. You're following me. You want to lead? You can read black too.
I think it would be fair to say that Carol is the Mother Teresa of cats.
The very first image that my parents had of me in the cradle, it was me and the cat. I've never been a person that had friends, and so my friends were two imaginary white cats. I've always had cats in my life, and I've always felt a certain affinity toward them. I'm actually allergic to cats, so my entire house is like, tile floors, no curtains, metal furniture, that sort of thing.
Carol, tell me about this rug, because everything has a certain pattern.
That is cat print.
Yes.
It's a gift.
All of those.
This I actually most of what I wear are cat prints. It's almost a uniform. When I go in to talk with the legislator, if I go in there
luggage.
It's always easy to find my luggage when I get off the plane.
I think it's a great look.
And this is the Tiger King gift shop where I have all of my stuff. We got honey, we got barbecue sauce, steak sauce, skin cream, sex gel. The best seller out of this gift shop is actually Tiger King underwear. People just go crazy over them because they're all in animal print.
Do you wear these yourself?
I don't wear underwear.
You don't wear underwear?
No, free balling. I've been the cover of Hollywood magazine twice. I have my first two albums that I did. This is my first album, I Saw Tiger, and this is my second album, Starstruck. And there's 28 songs and 16 videos.
I saw Tiger, now I understand. I saw Tiger, Tiger saw it. Hell of a down there.
When I first met Joe, I was like a month out of high school. I was with Joe from 2013 2014, so 11 years. He showed me love, and I learned how big my heart was and how much I care.
A man of few words. But what I like. At the age of 13, I knew I was gay. And I had a bad time struggling with it. When my father found out, he made me shake his hand in front of my mom and promised not to do this shit. So I had a real issue dealing with that. And one night I drove my car up. I broke my back and spent 5 years in prison. I went to Florida to do night therapy. And my neighbor was the manager of Lion Country Safari. And he brought me all the big lions and monkeys and stuff at night. And that's where my attraction to exotic animals really started at. I know that they have a heart and a soul and mind. I've learned from them, and they do therapy for me. But the animal rights people, they keep saying, I can't have these tigers.
There's a war in America that's being fought for an enormous amount of money. The animal rights activists, they want the lion's share, and they don't want to share their own.
In addition to Joe, the most notorious film breeder heading in the region is Doc Antle. Antle is much more sophisticated, much smarter. He's fearless.
The acres makes up the preserve here. We're going to film, my crib here. Go to the front door and I'll go open it and say, hi, I can come in. Okay? I like that song. Better interaction.
Hey,
how you doing, guys?
Hi, Mayor. Good. How are you?
Doing good. Come on in. This is Swami Satchidananda, my grandfather guru, who the guy I lived with since I was a teenager. All right. So I'm Dr. Bhagavan Antle, Bhagavan, Antle, Antle, Dr. Bhagavan Antle. I am the director of the Myrtle Beach Safari at the Rare Species Fund.
And speaking of incredible animals, joining us is the founder and director of Tiger.
Good afternoon, guys. This is my little girl, Bubba. Look at the pictures there. That is really his Bubbles and I as kids together. You can see somehow both of us got way bigger over the years. I
have been building this incredible preserve for people to have an interactive, up-close, uncaged experience with wildlife.
Now these big teeth also make it so that he can take down larger prey than you'd expect. Anything's coming out here is a wee bit of a dragon.
To see an animal going to chase that high-speed lure and diving into that crystal clear pool, people become wildly stimulated at seeing that amazing stuff up close and uncaged. I am popular. I am so well known as Big Cat Guy around the world. The people who are against people having relationships with animals, period, want to destroy me because I am out there in the forefront, so known of being this guy that's in love with big cats and has been looking back.
Joe wanted to be so much like Doc Angel. He sent several of us up there to see his facility so we can do the same thing at his place.
He's taught me quite a bit this for being able to market the zoo and maintain the zoo. Alright, so we're going to make sure everybody's standing up. Get your turn to come down here and level this place tight because that's what you came here for. The animal rights people like to bitch at you that cub petting is abuse. Okay? In my opinion, it's the best education tool. Now keep in mind, in the rainforest, there's no escalators. Alright? You know, people only care about saving what affects them. So when you shed a baby tiger in a family's lap, this baby tiger, you have 15 minutes of their undivided attention to say, look, we got to save the baby. You're killing those little baby tigers, you know where he came from. They leave with a whole different attitude.
We believe these incredible up-close experiences makes a connection between them and the wild world, opening their hearts and their wallets for us to do our worldwide conservation.
What is the cost of admission?
$339 is the start price, right? There's people that pay $625, $655 for tours today. You know, it's dynamic pricing of an airline ticket. The price goes up according to how many people are coming on.
I can't put a price on holding a baby tiger.
That's his favorite animal.
I hit the lottery. I'll pay these people whatever they want. They go down on a reservation every day and play with it.
We charge a premium because it costs so much to do proper care. We feed super quality food that anyone would be glad to eat themselves. It's a minimum of $10,000 a year to feed each tiger.
I can feed a tiger for $3,000 a year.
You've got how many tigers?
I have 227.
So you're spending $750,000 for the tiger.
We work our ass off in order to drop that price. We have feedlots that give us 5 to 7 cows a day. They die in the feedlots. The Language and Highway Patrol call us anytime any cow reported here gets hit on highway. If I was to feed nothing but cows, I'd make 30 cows a day.
Tiger, short and stout. I'm gonna bite you when you're hurt. Why will I bite you?
This was actually me and my brother's drinking over. In 1997, he was moving my sister from Dallas to Florida, and he made it 40 miles. and I dropped some under it. My brother.
That's the one.
Yep. So when I signed the papers to shut his life support nursing out and donate his organs, I promised him that he would just not be a statistic. People don't know who he is. I went to school, should I talk to him about drugs and alcohol, but I couldn't keep their attention. So I took animals. We said it. We say no to drugs, that's right. Because drugs make your teeth drop. You get really heavily on your friends. Animals just wasn't up. So then I started having magic.
He put on a magic show, which actually was pretty cool. He would use animals in it.
He had a 12-year-old kid kind of showing him how to do stuff.
I first met Joe when I was in the 8th grade. I helped in a show down in Norman, Oklahoma. Joe wasn't doing magic. I started showing him some of the magic that I did. And Joe supplied tigers to be used during the show.
We're talking this morning about the upcoming Mystical Magic of the Endangered show. It's coming to the Valley Mall.
That's when he decided to change his name to Joe Exotic.
My real name is Joe Rabbi, but Joe Exotic. Whatever else I was
When we first started out, we were all crammed in a semi. 14 of us in a cab of a semi. That's a little cramped.
Today we have a Siberian tiger, an Indo-Chinese tiger, a two-toed sloth, a black panther.
Joe was taking tiger cubs and sticking them in a semi and carting them also around the Midwest.
And they would do cupcake. Take your picture of this little baby cub.
Look at me! Awesome.
There was something we made that made $10 grand at the mall. There was something we were doing 20, 30, 40 grand.
Howard and Carol hired me at the beginning of 2011 to basically try to track Joe and convince the malls to not allow him to exploit cubs.
We started a program where we contact the malls and explain to them why this was bad.
At one point, we used someone to follow Joe and report what mall they were going to next. It was, part detective work to try to track down Joe and where he was in the country with these cubs.
And they stop every move you make. Doesn't matter where you are in the country.
They would research it, find the owners of the mall, and email, text them, call them, send the media out there, everything. Just hammer.
Now, years ago, when Carol first started doing this, we might generate 500 emails.
And be proud of it.
Yeah, and as our online audience grew and our supporter base grew, this gradually got up to thousands of emails, sometimes as many as 5,000 or 6,000 emails. And one by one, these malls started refusing to have him back.
That would pay the bills for the winter sometimes. So it was definitely a big loss for us. But Joe always found a way to make money.
One of the most popular features here at the Great Winwood Exotic Animal Park is a ticket for you. A next private playtime with a baby tiger.
Anybody who poses with an exotic cat is a problem. And that just drives more and more and more breeding of these cats who will never live free.
Tiger selfie is a big trend on a dating app. The tiger selfie is a growing trend on sites like Tinder and OkCupid, apparently.
Oh yeah, this is how endangered species can save themselves, by helping us get laid.
Wild animals have been brought onto the late night shows.
How do you hold these in? Yeah, I would love to get your breath.
And when people see that, they want to emulate it.
All right, that's it on my day off. Shout out to Exotic Joe. I got 2 more tigers.
Yeah, look at me how young I am here on Letterman. Man, go back. We might as well do Letterman real quick. Here I am long ago on the Late Show with David Letterman. I've got my big Black Panther there, Shadow. Jay brought us out to the forefront of people. He got to meet my animals like no one else had ever done. The world's biggest cat coming on there, baby tigers, cheetahs, leopards, everybody out there. Here I am in costume, playing Marvelous Vagabond, the Magic Man, and the Cubs play themselves. I don't remember a time where it wasn't everything I was doing, having animals in my life. I grew up a professional cowboy in a family of professional cowboys. That led me along to be able to have a quality life and a lot of interaction with amazing domestic and wild animals. I moved to Oakville and Buckingham, Virginia. I started immersing myself in that life, and I saw the incredible power of presenting the animals without barriers, without caging, so that you really get to see them in all of their power and glory. People in Hollywood, people in other places came to me and said, hey, we need a tiger to do this, we would like a tiger to do that. You are a good kitty. I think 500 gigantic international movies, from Ace Ventura, Jungle Book, Dr. Dolittle, Night So Young. It's a huge list of features that we made.
Today we're going to take those same techniques that got created while working with Hollywood's top producers and directors to create for you an amazing animal adventure. Have you guys had this photo taken already? No, keep coming, keep coming.
With the toenails, you gotta watch because they break your face. Grandma? 6 weeks. From the time that you're 4 weeks old to the time that you're 16 weeks old, you can profit $100,000 on that cub. Interaction, playtimes, photos.
People who pimp out tiger cubs can only use them from the time that they're a few weeks old until they're about 12 weeks old. And when they get to be that age, they can take a finger off. There are enough ignorant people out there who will then take in that tiger, and a year later, that cat's 200 or 300 pounds, and they're calling us and saying, please get this out of my house. At the same time, there's almost no government regulation of private possession, which I believe is leading to the unbelievable number of these cats in captivity. We have a tiger crisis in this country.
Yeah, there's a lion on Mount Prairie Ridge in Gray Shot. It was heading west in a hurry. It's like a jaguar or something.
Zanesville really woke up the public about the fact that there could be dangerous wild animals living right next door to them, and they didn't even know it.
Sheriff Matt Luke said 50 wild animals kept on a private farm had been deliberately set loose.
1 baboon, 3 mountain lions, and 18 tigers.
Yeah, anything outside the summer gets definitely taken down.
The animals were unleashed on the town by a man who kept them in his backyard. I believe that there are a number of ticking time bombs out there, and when those places implode and somebody does something crazy, that will probably push our legislation forward.
48 of his animals were eventually killed, pushing Ohio lawmakers to author a new bill restricting private ownership of exotic pets.
It's not that having lions and tigers is bad unto itself. It is the way he took care of them that made it take place. Properly managed wildlife can become a great tool for wildlife education.
Arguably the loudest, most defiant voice on the front lines of the big cat debate belongs to this man.
I'm Joe Exotic, and this is Sarge.
The president of the Humane Society called this place, and I quote, a ticking time bomb, and potentially 10 times worse than Zanesville.
It is a ticking time bomb. If somebody thinks they're going to walk in here and take my animals away, it's going to be a small window.
That's a pretty powerful statement.
It's a very powerful statement because I have poured my entire life into what I do. Nobody is going to walk in here and freely shut me down and take my rights away from me as long as I am not breaking the law.
You know, I've been sheriff here now for over 8 years, and our community gets its share of crime, drug use, burglaries, domestic assaults. But then there's Joe Exotic. You know, within a year of becoming sheriff, Joe walked into my office. From that point on, it's been nonstop. You know, with QWs and Joe.
It's the thing you don't want when you had Tiger. Tornado, there ain't nothing you can do.
I've gotten a lot of calls to, you better watch Joe, he's doing this, he's saying that. One of the things that keeps me awake at night is the park.
You're an animal rights person, and you try to come into this facility. This is what you're going to be treated with.
Joe was a very good person. When I really realized Joe was potentially dangerous was when he made a comment about this could be another Waco.
That standout near Waco began as a federal raid, and federal agents tried to serve a search warrant.
Our eyes go out to the frame edges of the isolating latitude.
And I took that as a direct threat that if my office ever had to take some action out there, we were going to have a shootout.
This is my own little town. I'm the mayor, the prosecutor, the cop, and the execution.
You know, after the Waco deal, me and Joe made a pact. If anything went bad, we were going to shoot each other. And on that day, I put our names on our bullets right here, and I have my name and his name on the bullet. If anything went wrong, it was going to happen.
Someone like Joe who is very polarizing. Draw out people to oppose him. You know, for instance, I mean, I would get a little cutout postcard like this addressed to me, a picture of Joe with the word evil on it. That was really the point. I realized, you know, there's people that are opposite of what Joe believes.
I have defended myself since 2006 against people that treatment of animals. Your advice has been supported by the help of PETA to the point that they've actually made the target.
PETA is unapologetic in its mission to help animals, and we've been targeting Joe Exotic for many, many years. I think that we can't underestimate how dangerous some of these people are.
They think that animals are being beat everywhere they go. We didn't beat tigers and moose. We sure got accused.
Those people are fucking insane, man. Actually, they're just scared.
Joe is always armed. There's always a gun at his side. Carry that gun.
Not the cat. I'd shoot you for a shot at the cat. We had 24-hour doors. 3 of us wear firearms. That is how bad this has gone.
I sleep with an AK-47 under my mattress. Loaded, ready to roll.
Joe, he had threats all the time on Facebook. He had problems with people coming onto the park and taking pictures and stuff like that and trying to discredit him. So he needed extra security.
Over the course of 8 years, I would guess we've probably taken 40 to 50 police reports from Joe. Then we have had people try to get on that park.
Yeah, many of them taken why? Main thing is
They take things to the extreme. Have you got a tiger in a zoo, in a cage? Yeah. How you going to keep him from running downtown and going 7-Eleven?
Carol, PETA, those characters want to attack everyone. Carol wants to be the last man standing. There can be only one, and it has to be her.
she's got tens of thousands of people out there brainwashed that we're abusing animals. I just call her a plain out hypocrite. You open to the public, you're doing phone tubes
Hashtag big cat. So you can find us here. Go ahead and open the gate to go see some cats. Money maker. Tickets sold out really fast. So we're so happy to see all you guys.
You're not fucking full of animals at that point. What the hell are you doing?
These guys are checking out Max and Mary Ann. Carol is, I would have to say, a hero of mine.
She is an awesome advocate for cats. She's almost got a life to live. And I tell everyone this is like, it's called a homosexual business. You just
Right.
In my opinion, Carol Baskin was as bad as Joe. They were both, taking advantage of exotic animals. So to me, it was just a feud.
Carol Baskin. Yep, that lady was profits over $1.5 million sucking on your heartstrings about shit on the internet that ain't even true.
They are always trying to upset me on social media.
I got a big mouth and television station. Seems to be. Why would you give to a facility to rescue animals to live in luxurious cages? Well, how about that one? Now, why stick this head through a hole in the fence in order to drink?
Joe started bashing her, she started bashing him. They were getting all shows canceled. She put up billboards. And she made this 911 animal abuse site. Joe was one of the top contenders on it.
Carol would now and then put up some thing online about how Joe's breeding and he's bad and all this, and he would go off on his internet show.
I consider that bitch to be one of the biggest terrorists in the exotic animal world right now. It is financially draining to fight this woman.
To get a little bit of background on Joe, all you gotta do is go to tigercubabuse.com. We got an undercover video of him using a 20-week old cub that jumped on this little boy and bit him on the leg.
She's ruthless. Most of us are not ruthless. People who really love animals are rarely ruthless.
There shouldn't have to be a place that rescues big cats from abuse in this country. What we're asking you to do is champion the Big Cat Public Safety Act.
Big Cat Public Safety Act is
Public Safety Act, right?
and prohibit exhibitors from allowing the public to have contact with them. The Big Cat Safety Act, if passed, it will destroy private zoos across America.
Carol and all of her friends are watching out there. Before you bring me down, my belief that you will stop.
They got pretty open.
We hear it's Carol's birthday next month, and we're shipping her two of these. Look at the fangs on that.
One day I went out to open a mailbox and it just exploded with snakes. There are crazy people out there who want to see me dead.
Happy birthday, Carol.
What keeps me up at night is worrying about them.
Would you fuck Carol Baskin? Yep.
It was just a hate. He has a hate for Carol Baskin. Nasty hate.
Carol, don't think it was too much of a compliment. I fucked the shit about at this point. Fuck that wall.
100 miles.
I think about fucking everything. Fuck that lamp. Fuck that lamp. Fuck this Pop Tart. Shout out to those kids who would like eat their Pop Tarts in the shape of a gun. And then those shitty teachers like cover the station or some shit. And so stupid. You should be able to eat your Pop Tarts and shit in any shape you want. That should be a right, global right. Go eat Pop Tarts in any shape you want. Sounds like that shit. I'm so fucked.
animals die, Katie. They're so valuable. I'm not going to be accused and out Trisha and lose everything I have for things that other people did. The morning is over with. I'm going to shut down the site.
West Side. Are you the game changer? I'm the game breaker, baby.
Our ever-changing climate in our world today, and you're outside working in the weather elements, when you come in at night and want to feel good, reach for America's favorite skincare products, Tiger King Skincare. If you have dry, cracked hands, a great product will help. Tiger King Super Skin Rejuvenator. For a full line of Tiger King Skincare, check out www.shoptigerking.com today.
Would you ever wear Tiger King stuff? Yeah, man. So, do you like? Do you like Carol Baskin? Do you like her? I fucking said about that, man, Carol. I kind of want to do some freestyle rapping. Right.
Get everything out of the driveway. Me and Stretch out of the
Give it up. Daily Motion. This shit is redundant.
out of the driveway. Me and Stretch out of
This is perfect. Hey, let me see. Where do you work at? There's a fucking tiger. I'm at GW Zoo here in Oklahoma. That's crazy.
Get everything out of the driveway. Me and Stretch out of
Do you feel like you're the greatest West Side or Die motherfucker of all time? So what's up?
Make a sweep through the park and make sure there's no other customers somewhere else in the park. Ladies and gentlemen, before you hear it on the news, I'm going to tell you myself. About an hour ago, we had an incident where one of the employees stuck their arm through the cage and the tiger tore her arm off.
Oh, what did you expect?
I can give you your money back, or I can give you a rain check. I'll have to come back at another day.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. I give you a rain check.
Chores. Be safe.
I
Stick your hands in any cages. Oh my god. I've never been a violent story.
That is crazy. How'd you lose your arm?
Tiger tore her arm off.
Tiger cage?
Ladies and gentlemen, make a sweep through the park and make sure there's no other customers somewhere else in the park. Ladies and gentlemen, before you hear it on the news, I'm going to tell you myself. About an hour ago, we had an incident where one of the employees stuck their arm through the cage and the tiger tore her arm off. I can give you your money back, or I can give you a rain check. I'll have to come back at another day. What do you want me to post? Chores. Be safe. Do not stick your hands in any cages. Oh my god. I've never been a violent story.
Victim was airlifted to OU Medical Center for life-saving surgery. The story is news.
when he would Oklahoma, tiger tag, blah blah blah.
The fence ripped the skin off the bone.
Joe and John Rinke had already come to the hospital to see me. And I specifically remembered Rinke handed me a pen, and I picked it up and I wrote my name, and then I handed it back to him. So my hand was still a functioning hand at the time. It was really bandaged up and in a lot of pain. But the next morning, the surgeon came in and said, "Hey, Saf, it's going to be about 2 years of reconstructive surgery." He said, "Or you can amputate it." I said, my biggest thing, and it was derived from Joseph, he said, our mission is to give these animals a fighting chance. So I knew if I stayed in that hospital, the media wins.
Is this a reflection of what's not getting done right in Brazil? That's the question.
I seen how much they blew it up into this horror story that I felt like the best thing to do was get right back to work.
No, listen.
Set me dry.
This bitch is giving a West Side deep down.
After my amputation, it was a total of 7 days in the hospital.
This had to have been the most terrifying traumatic event of many Yet you're back on the park today, still loyal, still working, still loving these cats.
I was the first person that she talked to about using her arm. And amazingly, she helped with all bitter, ill feelings.
This was just another day to overcome. My attitude is nothing can bring me down, and it's really easy to do that here, Rick. You know this because I work with a man that also has no legs.
A lot of people think tigers get my legs. No, it actually happened from a zip line accident. I fell 50 feet, landed on my feet, crushed my feet, broke my neck, tore all my insides up. I was paralyzed from the waist down, but I could move a big toe, and that's when I said, I can do this. So I took it on myself to learn how to walk. Usually you build up muscles, you build up calves, you build up your heel, your ankle. Well, I couldn't build all that up. So I was literally walking on bone. I bet I walked 20 miles a day, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. Over time, from walking on them, I just ended up losing weight. It wasn't the Zeus fighter, it was all my fault. And I just got these cool looking legs.
It's hard to explain the addiction of exotic animals. I felt that when I got to hold a tiger in my hands, when I got to get in a cage with 6 8-year-old tigers in one, there's something very addictive about feeling like power in around this animal.
When you walk in the garden, you gotta walk so fast. Yeah, I beg your pardon. Walk the street, narrow track. We just gotta keep the devil laying down in the road.
So if you want to see him walk around, lay on that couch with him. What do you want to play the shot at? Nothing is cooler, sexier, and more significant to the world we live in today than a tiger. It has this primordial calligraphy that tells a message, just its very image. Everyone loves them. Anyone who says they don't is just insecure and broken.
To many one of these people that has an exotic cat, first thing they do is they whip out those pictures. Look at me, I'm holding this cub. Look at me, I'm petting this tiger. Look at me, I've got this cat on a leash. It's all about they want to use those cats to elevate their status.
I'm grateful times for anybody.
Breeding was his whole thing. The whole idea was to keep baby tigers being born. Joe had so many animals that he sold to a lot of these little animal parks around the country.
Selling animals?
I drove lions, tigers, bears, tigers, all kinds of things. I can't really tell you all the places I've been, let's just say that I've been to 30 states. But if I wanted to just buy a regular baby tiger from a breeder, how much would it cost? $2,000.
Now keep in mind, it's illegal now.
This is organized crime. Criminal enterprises are operating under the radar illegally because the Endangered Species Act forbids selling the tiger.
You can't buy, sell, trade, or barter in these. But there ain't a damn zoo out there that ain't buying cubs when they don't have them. Some of the places that the cubs have actually went to, you got Doc Antel in the Carolinas, you got Brown Zoo, you got Tim Stark. According to Thomas Jefferson, any law that you think is unfair or unjustice, it is your obligation and your responsibility to stand up against that bullshit law. If people are concerned about tigers, they should be donating their money to places like that where we breed them. Number one, they're endangered species. Do it. What's the first thing you should do to protect an endangered species? Hey, Lord, not eliminate the source. I bought shitloads from Joe, hundreds of $1,000s worth of them.
They're posted online, 28 different places that are all part of this whole, what I call the bad guy network of people that are breeding cubs and selling cubs.
I think, honestly, the woman's just obsessed with me. Carol, God damn it, you missed that on it again.
For each one of these, according to rated cats too, there's more information about them in the hopes that with law enforcement taking this serious and going after it, they'll actually search out some of those connections and see that it's this big network of people. Mario Tibro in Miami has a criminal history. His claim to fame is being one of the biggest drug dealers that our state ever knew. But despite having this criminal background, he operates a wildlife menagerie. I don't know of anyone who has ever been able to infiltrate Mario Tebro's facility.
Hey. Good morning, how you doing, sir? Do you have any information for me? You don't know. Unfortunately, I haven't come to the right place. I've been trying to call it, and they... This is a private property. You actually have to help me. Thank you. Have a great day.
You're never going to get into a place like Mario's because they're just not going to allow the public to see what really happens there.
Probably around 1982, I went to work for Mario's place. I would have people come up to me and go, I can't believe you work here. Why would you work for that guy? Aren't you scared? I said, that's the coolest animals. I don't care about anything else. He had cheetahs, he had leopards, he had tigers, black jaguars, snow leopards, cloud leopards. This is a private collection of his home. Come on, Johnny. Pretty much any way they would smuggle like drugs, they would do the same with the county. Penalties for that were far less than us smuggling drugs. Open up the snakes, stick bags of cocaine inside of them, stitch it back up. Not really care if the snake lived or died, it's just to get it in there. Why is it so hard to get into these places? I'll try to put in a call so you can get into Mario's place. Everything's super secure. You try to make everything stupid, but people will do stupid things. Come out. Don't go for my leg. Come on. Come on. There you go. Take it from you? Yes. Do it. Get it. Get it. We interact with our animals. We give them love and passion. If you can't give them the wild that they do supposedly deserve, that doesn't exist anymore, you give them as much happiness as you can. And they do get bonded with humans. People like Carol Baskin, they use me as a poster child. I shouldn't have animals because I was a victim felon. But I did my time for what I did. We used to drive by his house and scream, Tony Montana! Tony Montana! You fuck with me! Fuck with me! sometimes they say that the prototype describes this.
Mario Jabrawe and his father Guillermo are accused of operating a 10-year top-dollar family drug enterprise.
The money coming in suitcases to the bank, I did that. But that was a fat guy and it was a Corvette. I did it by myself. I would call the bank and the bank, they'll have 10 tellers who sit back there and count it. There was no counting machines. Like then, I sold drugs to pay my animal handler. I got to a point where I was on the phone saying, Mario's drugstore, there's an ice and marijuana, cocaine, and quaaludes. Anybody that's get it, and you, until they organized crime bureau. They got me on tape.
Working out of Zoological Imports Unlimited, Jabrawe is also accused of covering up the murder, mutilation, and cremation of a federal drug informant 7 years ago.
His name was Larry Nash. He was an ATS informant. The guy shot him and they panicked and dumped him on my farm. I had a crazy partner that he said, this is cut up a murder. So we go. You know, I really didn't even do most of this stuff, but I carried the stigma of it. What am I going to tell the feds now? The judge, Your Honor, I did not shoot, and I did not use it. I did not use the surgical saw like it was somebody else. It's still there. Come here. The judge gave me 100 years, but I won the appeal. It cost me 12 years of my life.
Animals don't judge you. As long as you really do it hard, they don't care who you are or what you've done in the past. Come on, so it's treat me with respect. And, everybody's got a past.
Since I was a child, I had an affinity for animals. My mother was an anti-pets. So when I got out of my house, the first thing I did was I went and bought not one, but 3 Great Danes. Just so it's like it's like you can't eat chocolate, but now you can. And then I went to a pet shop where something cougar about a cougar. Back then it was legal. My second third animal was some guy that got killed by the lions, and I got those 6 lions. Then I got a tiger from a lady that had a house movie. Next thing I know, I had a whole bunch of shit. I used to borrow from Doc Ambrose in front of my 4 girls. How did you meet Doc? He came to see me. What year? 1982? 83? Oh, so you guys have known each other really long. Yeah, I have pictures of it. There's Doc Ambrose. That's how I met him. He would bring the tiger in the parking lot. What side is this? He looks like Yanni. That's Doc Ambrose. So all the cat people are possibly closest to Doc Ambrose. Yeah, because we don't know from each other. That's my wife and me. Doc Ambrose from Tiger. She from Cuba too. Yeah.
Yes, 28 species of primates.
And you nurse these and actually literally raise them in your own house.
Right now, this is the only one I have, but at times I had 7 or 8 when you raise.
In your bedroom.
In a barrel at night.
You're the change in the phone.
I usually go to Baby Girls and buy the creamy clothes. Like every occasion, let's say Easter. See, this is the boys.
It feels like you love them as much as your own children.
Yeah, I think it's this here is Mario's office. This is things he has collected through the years. This book is Doc Antle, actually talk about Doc Antle. What kind of doctor is he? Mystical science. Mystical science? Yeah.
And the phone changed.
Who's that? One of his wives. I like that.
Fan changed again.
He's very eccentric. Like, I was in he has 3. He has 3 wives. Yes.
Dr. Antel, he has 4 or 5 wives.
He has like 9 wives.
How many wives does Dr. Antel have? I don't fucking care.
Operating the Tigers Preserve here takes place by a great big cohesive family unit. We have people that have joined our apprentice program over the decades. These are apprentices that come on generally as teenagers, live on the preserve, many of whom have stayed on for decades themselves. This is my longtime girlfriend, partner, China, the blonde lady running stuff here. Since she was 17 years old, she's been living here and taking care of my stuff. Rajani, the little Italian lady, 20 years ago, when she was a young woman, she came and lived with me, has been staying there ever since. Moksha, the pretty blonde with the big teeth and the bright big smile, she's going on 16 years of living here and taking care of all that stuff. My girl China's house is there, and my Italian partner there, she lives in that house, and then Moksha is up the front, the big home there in the front. Every day, you're really getting care of the animals first, and that has always been very difficult for my kids and ladies of my life. Everybody's jealous.
Do you live in a house with others?
You can't get into my complex lifestyle. Not for prime time.
I know I'll always love them because you've meant so much to me for so long. I worked there from 1999 until I left in 2007. When I read what it was like there, it sounded like a utopia. I stumbled upon the Tigers website. They talked about how everyone's vegetarian. They use like principles of yoga, train animals. These are all things that I was already into. Perfect. You know, I'm gonna go be a yoga animal trainer. That's great. I packed up everything. I sold my car. And I convinced my dad to drive me down. This was me when I first got there. My dad left. Actually, what he said to me was, "Bye, don't fall in love with your boss." Because he was fun. He was like, "Oh my god, this guy's a big getter." You know what I mean?
Why do you choose to call out on that?
That's what we call them.
Which means what?
Lord. Means Lord.
Bhagavan means Lord.
Yeah.
What does big Bhagavan mean? Bhagavan means that you're a friend of God. Bhagavan is the master of the universe. All-knowing, all-seeing kind of guy.
Your dad is that guy.
For certainly in his universe, he definitely is that character. No doubt. It's Shangri-La here. It's an unbelievable, unprecedented, magical place where incredible things happen and where everything is neutral and happy and going well.
You know, we lived in these terrible horse stalls, basically, like with sliding doors with bars on them, full of cockroaches. I mean, everywhere. Like, I would go to make a sandwich, my bread would be full of cockroaches. It was like nothing was wrong. Like, I mean, it's just, that's the way it was. God says, "You're this garbage person, but if you listen to me, I'll make you great." They wanted to get to the top really quickly. They should sleep with him. I certainly didn't want to sleep with him, but I was thinking about it. There was a certain personality of woman that he wanted. They were virgins or close to virgins. He would become that sex partner for them first, and then they would be bonded to him in this way, where he felt like he could get them to do anything. According to them, it was like this Shakti pop. So there's this concept where a girl will touch you and you'll become enlightened. So essentially, it's Shakti pop. Well, I guess, I don't know. Touch brings them up to this level of enlightenment.
Thou can't tell his luck, not mental, and nine things. When I met him, I had two husbands, whatever. What's this gonna do? He had three girlfriends. Wow. Oh, we run out of competition.
So essentially, it's Shakti pop. Yes. Well, I guess, I don't know. Touch brings them up to his level of enlightenment. Personality of woman that he wanted, they were virgins or close to virgins. He would become that sex partner for them first, and then they would be bonded to him in this way, where he felt like he could get them to do anything. According to them, it was like this Shakti pop. So there's this concept where a girl will touch you and you'll become enlightened. So essentially, it's Shakti pop. Well, I guess, I don't know. Touch brings them up to his level of enlightenment.
A dog can't tell his luck, not mental, and nine things. When I met him, I had two husbands, whatever. He had three girlfriends. Wow. Oh, we run out of competition.
conversation. I don't want to. You were my first love. Joe's had a pretty good cast of characters as far as husbands go. He's had John as a husband since I've been around. John's a muscled up, bully kind of guy. Doesn't come off to me as being gay, but you know, he misses Joe. Man, I'm showing secrets, man.
Oh, that's
It's a unique relationship. And then there's Travis, cast of characters as far as husbands go. He's had John as a husband since I've been around. John's a muscled up, bully kind of guy. Doesn't come off to me as being gay, but he misses Joe. Man, I'm showing secrets. It's a muscled up, bully kind of guy. Doesn't come off to me as being gay, but he misses Joe.
actually owned, privately owned. Is that his back or his front? His front.
Man, I'm showing secrets.
Privately owned.
It's a unique relationship. And then there's Travis. Travis is another muscle-bound skateboarder. Hi, I'm Travis. Hi, I'm Travis Maldonado. My feet, size 16. I got some big hands.
The day Travis came to the park, he was like a slow, innocent person.
I'm 19 years old and I'm from Southern California. And I am tall and beautiful.
He laughed and I thought he was 6'6". Don't you think that gentleman with the most god awful big hands you've ever seen in your life?
Joe immediately is like, oh, struck by this. So we're taking the trash trailer down one day. John's driving the truck. Me, Joe, and Travis are in the back of the trailer. And Joe says,
How straight are you? And he goes, "We're straight." I said, "You watch porn?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "What do you enjoy? The guy with the little one doing it, or do you enjoy watching the guy with the big one doing it?" He said, "Well, obviously you want to watch the guy with the big one." I said, "Well, you ain't that straight."
It wasn't weird to share Joe with another guy. Joe had tried for many years to bring her together. One day, Joe asked me if Travis could be in a relationship with him. I didn't really know any better.
What would you say? It doesn't matter.
in our society today, no wedding is really normal. But even by modern standards, this is a wedding. Today we have gathered to witness the union of Travis, John, and Joe. Go with love, and absence.
Do we play cowboy tiger boots? Exercise should be
I
fun.
haven't had much of a life before this, but when I did come here, I started experiencing a lot of different things. I enjoy being around Joe and John and all the animals. I think what's going on around here is great.
People like Joe have an amazing ripple generating an affection and a devotion that is totally irrational.
Frequently, these people that have these animals will use them as a lure to bring in
This
young
fucking
people
does
that they
something
haven't
that
had the
changes the world,
opportunity
and I'm
of
just like,
full-blood relationships and
it's a matter
understand
of
how
time.
badly they're being abused themselves, and they're using those animals as the way of
You
forcing
just keep
these
pushing on
people
this
to
motherfucking thing like this.
label
Motherfucker, get my plus out.
has to supersede all of your other hopes, wants, dreams, and desires. It's what you're going to wake up doing. It's what you're going to go to sleep doing. And it's going to happen 365 days a year. Weddings, funerals, and relationships at Christmas fade away because the 80 tigers will still be standing there waiting for you to deliver their next meal.
I just work all day, but I'm kind of like a stay home 8 a.m. to midnight.
You work every day.
Yeah. It sounds insane. It sounds intense, whatever, but it's like it's my lifestyle. It's what I want to do.
So many of us are programmed to believe that, you know, we need weekends off, we're only working 40 hours a week. That, you know, in some ways, this is, you know, the military, except instead of having, you know, hand grenades, we have tigers.
The only survivors here look at it that they're getting to do something they like, and that it's not a job, it's a lifestyle they have dove into.
We work so hard for so long.
How much did you get?
$100 a week. I don't pay anybody to do animal care because people do that for free.
Carol Baskin of Big Cat Rescue has an army of people working for free.
She is not a stupid woman. She makes everybody else do her job.
Because we're going to have so many people here today, we have brought in 76 of our own volunteers, and they brought their families. Gina and Bonnie. And Bonnie has the best pants of the entire place so far that I've seen. I love those. Our volunteers wear a color-coded shirt system.
Red shirts primarily function as like your beginner, like super trainees and partner trainees.
You get all your classes done and you can apply for yellow.
It takes about almost a year to get your yellow. You have to have your yellow for a whole year, and then you can apply to get green shirts. You have to have been here for a minimum of 2 years.
And it goes by so quickly. After they've been here for like 5 years or so, they can graduate to a master's degree.
And that's blue.
That's a navy blue. There's royal blue.
I'm actually an intern. Work 6 days a week, 12-hour days, basically fast-paced security volunteer program.
Honestly, I hardly ever know who they are until they've been here. Like, they're here for level 5, and it's like, I've seen you around here a lot. you keep coming back, you're getting older. That's when they really start showing up on my radar.
You definitely don't work regular hours.
So Christmas can be a bummer for some people.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I'm here Christmas.
Had a sick brain horse, all of them volunteers in the same motion. She can make all these people think that everybody else in society are misery but her. I mean, she's a mastermind. I'll give her that.
I noticed that you have a huge presence on social media.
We've got over 2 million fans on Facebook, but in a given week, we can reach 3 million. You know, you cool cats and kittens. It's Carol at Big Cat Rescue. Max and Marianne, the Bobcats enclosure got finished, and it looks great. Every 2 weeks, we get a check from Facebook, and the last 2 weeks were like $100,000, and every 2 weeks, it's going up by thousands of dollars. You know, you cool cats and kittens. It's Carol from Big Cat Rescue. I am about to go live on the Dodo Impact.
Great. She rode the first wave of social media. Her YouTube channel has 200 million views. Her accounts have 10 million people watching them.
Kind of popular.
See them in the jungle, in the forest somewhere. You can feel their spirit.
We'll see that logo and it will be off. The first thing they'll say is, I love your business. We get that everywhere we go.
Living beautiful wild. Oh, beautiful wild. Free. It's just like them I see.
High quality social media, duping tons of teenage children to devote their days and time to the cause that she has. And so you go to Big Cat Rescue, a derelict, run-down backyard collection of 12 cats, and think they're going to the world's greatest big cat sanctuary.
It's Big Cat. Yep. Hi, I'm Joe Exotic, and this is Big Cat Rescue. we went to go on a tour of the cat rescue, and I paid my fees to go on a tour, and I videotaped the tour. Our sanctuary is probably worse than most people's backyards. Like, the cages are tiny, the weeds are shoulder high. It is literally a wired jungle in a mess of trees.
USDA did not care. They kept giving her perfect inspection where we couldn't get. And it just aggravated too.
She advertises she has a 400 big cat, and on the tour we only saw 12. So I wanted to see where she's hiding the other 100 big cats. I went to the gift shop again, introduced myself, and I said, well, in a couple hours, look up, it's gonna be me. So we went to this little airport outside of Tampa and rented a helicopter and flew over the cat rescue.
He wanted to get footage of the cages and the enclosures and all of that, but he had clearly done it. It aggravates. In the course of doing this low-flying buzzing over the sanctuary, we have a cat who, if she hears any kind of like motorized sound, has seizures.
Hey! When Joe ran that helicopter, he gave me a lot of really bad ideas. They was talking about government names. Dropping them out of the helicopter.
We always have a level of worry about these people. Like if we were to say, you know what, this is dangerous, let's just stop, we'd be miserable because it causes us so much pain to see these animals treated this way.
My email just judged me by the enemies I've made. So I really appreciate the fact that these people are
I little man, my little man. Now this is a liger.
Well, I always don't say they're ligers because there's like an anti-liger vein, so I just pretend they're all big cats. But yes, this is a 9-month-old liger child.
How big will this cat get?
If he hits giant size, he's going to be 900 plus pounds, and he's going to be 11 and a half feet tall. And his chain's not been cleaned properly, so my shirt's full. Being a dog for friends, for years. I kind of idolize, number one, not just because of the way the animals stuff he had, the way he had the women trained for his own damn, hair and shit. That's the first time I ever met them. First time I ever went to Dog Place. First time I told him. So I don't think you did a good damn thing about animals. How the fuck you got these women trained?
He's good at getting what he wants out of things, people and animals. He chose all of our husbands. We were supposed to be sexy because we're luring people in. China came right after I came. Her name was Michelle. Mokta was named Meredith. Rajni, when I met her, her name was Renee. I had my name legally changed to Bala for many years. Changing your name is a very quick way to change everything else about you. He controlled every aspect of our day, where we were allowed to do what we were, definitely what we were allowed to eat as vegetarians, but also they were pushing me to get implants, which I don't remember agreeing to. It was more like the appointments were made and they had decided, and I was too scared to say I didn't.
Same girl.
And also, I got to sleep for a little bit to heal from that, and I looked so good after working so hard for so many hours, no break, nothing else but work. It's like I'll do anything to just rest.
It's not every day that you're asked to have a job where you can't take any time off. Because people do have lives and they do have families outside of your community.
You're leading me down a road where people are just going to say, you have to join a fucking cult to be a tiger fan. Promise, been here 35 years. Heard it all forever.
He would say they're free to leave at any time. But that's the way it is in all cults. I mean, they're free to leave. They're usually not locked up. They're being held by 1,000 social ties and by the idea of losing everything. And how are they going to even go, and where will they go if they leave?
He's got this little coat, and I got my little coat, It's just two complete opposite different worlds. He's a live more upscale. I'm working with people that just got out of prison. It tends to work for him, and the way I do it tends to work for me.
Joe definitely liked to hire people who that was their only option.
Try this at home, kid.
And his reasoning for it was, if this is all they have and it's decent, they'll work hard.
Can be sober, not drinking. If you're trying to get in trouble.
He had people in the community say, hey, I saw someone come into the bus station when they're sitting there. And they're still sitting there tonight. They have no family, nowhere to go, and now they're on the side of the road.
You want to trade a place to live, but you can tell your own and want to trade that next to park in exchange for work is very much.
Yeah, I can do that.
Give me a start.
He pays his staff $150 a week, $20 for 12 hours, 10 to 12 hours every day.
$138.26 per side.
It's probably getting him in trouble, but it's, you off the meat truck.
That's pretty crap meat from all these Walmarts and everything expired to feed the animals.
You go to Walmart and you put a brisket in the basket, a couple of T-bone steaks, you go to the cash register, you credit card declines, you check the line, it can't go back, it goes to the trash. Once it leaves that cold shelf, it cannot go back.
Oh man, it's just still frozen.
The staff of World War got going through Walmart to surrender it. It needs to go to cats. They would go through it. Get them some meat.
There's nothing wrong with that. I like my shit medium rare. Lobster tails, badass cuts of meat and shit.
Joe would let them kick out what they wanted first. They carry bags of this expired meat and food back to their mobile home. And that's what they ate, because that's what they had. There were 4 mobile homes inside the store. The washing machine didn't work, the water didn't go to the bathroom, 1 air conditioner for the entire day. It could be 120 degrees. That was the nice one.
Oh my God, there he is!
If you talk to the people who have escaped some of these situations, what they'll say is that they were treated so abusively. But not only are they abusing the people who live there, they're abusing the animals there as well. Those people feel like they can't talk about it because they could be accused of having done it for their leader that they were so enamored with.
I was really looking for somebody to tell me what to do. No, but men are pigs and women are sheep. That was a sheep, I guess. Right for the slaughter. What I did basically while I was there was raise tiger cubs. At first there was only like a couple of litters a year and they were only for a certain time. By the time I left, there was always multiple litters just all over the place. There's all of us, family. Oh, this was my favorite tiger ever. Lakshman. Such a sweetheart. And that was like a turning point for me there. Doc saw how well I did with Lakshman. You know, just being gentle, just following Lakshman's lead and just making suggestions. You know, he would do anything I asked him to. He just trusted me so much. He was a good tiger. And we didn't really ask because only he's like, I know where they go. We didn't see them and we weren't really part of it.
One of the main things he told Joe's not, you can't keep them on. It's bad business. Because once a tiger gets out of the stage where you can use them, they're nothing more than a bill there.
There's always been a rumor out there that Doc did tell you that his cub was dead.
We've had whistleblowers come to us and say that they've heard a gunshot in the middle of the night, and the next day there's no cat. But they don't know where the cat went. And I think that these people are smart enough to only use their very closest circle of people that they've got good dirt on that they would use to dispose of a body. Because it takes a few people to lift a big cat. Well, she part him out right there, I guess.
She thinks she's a Cleopatra with cats. And to tell you the truth, she's not that good. And anytime anybody attacks her, she goes after them with her millions. She inherited from her husband that's dead and missing for years now.
Wait, how does someone's husband go missing?
He's vanished.
Carol Baskin's bullshit, in my opinion. She's got a missing husband that's supposedly buried in her property. That's the real true story. Her husband disappeared.
The lady who runs Big Cat Rescue, who seems, in my opinion, to be completely out of her gourd, and seems, in my opinion, to have killed her own husband potentially.
Carol Baskin's her husband. They can't find his body. And we believe that she fed him this pocket. It just makes for wonderful sales of newspapers, I'm sure, for them to speculate that I fed him tigers, which is crazy. And Mike says his children from a previous marriage and former secretary have been quoted as saying that they believe Carol fed him to a tiger.
That's crazy shit. Alright, people, we're going to see your names a lot. So, oh, it's just pimped up like a baby. Just like a big baby for me.
Old case 20-year-old murders don't get solved. So, what a story. It's so wild it must not be true. That's the first thing people think. Oh, come on. That can't be true. It's 20 years ago. Old case 20-year-old murders don't get solved.
Well, it all starts, Carol Baskin, who lives in Carol Lewis at the time, was married to Don.
I did see Don Lewis about maybe a month or so before he disappeared, and he did mention to me that he felt his life was in danger.
There is so many strange twists in that story. You would have to write books, volumes, and stuff that went on there, lies that are there. All the circumstantial evidence, somebody did something to them. There's a lot of stories about Carol having some finger in it, but nobody can prove it.
I really believe that everything happens for a reason. Everything is unfolded the way that it has to for us to become our highest possible self. I don't regret any of what I have lived through. I wouldn't be standing here today doing what I'm doing if it hadn't been for all of those things that have happened over the time. The last day that I saw Don, he told me that he was done, that he was divorcing her, that she was one of the worst people he'd ever met in his life, and she was very dangerous. He did come to Mom and say for us to stay away from her. He was afraid of her. We didn't know exactly why.
He indicated to me that he was going to tell Carol that he wanted a divorce. Never saw him again.
I was the supervisor in charge of the homicide section of the Elizabeth County Sheriff's Office in Tampa, Florida, which also works adult missing persons. In the case of Don Lewis, the call came in as a typical missing adult. Initially on a missing person investigation, you just think, well, things going to work out. Maybe this guy just went somewhere and didn't touch base. However, I would say within the first week or two, the detectives were starting to look at the possibility that we had foul play or something that was unexplainable at that point in time.
I met Don in January of 1981. So I was 20 when I met him.
And he was how old?
He was 22 years my senior, so he was 42.
You have to understand that Don Lewis was married with kids, but apparently he was coming down Nebraska. And late one night he seen this young girl walking down the street crying, and Don Lewis stopped to see if he could help her.
I had been in a fight with my first husband. I actually had to throw a potato across the kitchen into the dining room at him in order to get out the door. I deal with stress, I think, the same way cats do. I just pace and pace and pace and pace. And I remember Don pulls around and he asked me if I would get in the car, and I told him no. Pulls around again. I think it was on the third time he pulled around, and he had a gun sitting on the front seat of his car. He said, "You can hold this gun on me. I just need somebody to talk to." So I picked up a gun, held it on him, and we drove around town and he talked. And I ended up spending the night with him.
Don Lewis deserted basically his wife and kids because he was in love with the younger blonde woman known as Carol.
He told me that he had met her. I was speechless. I adored him. I told him that I loved him till the day I died. But it was over. He used to call her Angel. And I said, well, she's an angel sent straight from hell, and one day you'll find out. At first, it seemed like they were really going to make it. I liked Carol. I really did like Carol. Don was not an easy man. Don was a millionaire. He was a multi-millionaire. Okay? And he didn't like her. She didn't. His money. She was very ambitious. She wanted to go somewhere and be somebody, and she didn't want to stay walking down the street in the middle of the night. I've got her diary. I've got it all. Good evening, world. Welcome to Saga 6 of the Carol story. Okay, well, tonight, we just happened to have gotten in the mail today Carol's diary. He said he wanted to be loved the man he was inside, and that women knew how rich he was. He would never know if they loved him for him or his money. Don started out with nothing. Could not have looked at Don and even had an inkling that he had amassed the wealth that he had.
You never saw Don dressed up. He had his blue jeans and his t-shirt. But he carried a $500 bill around in his pocket. Just because he could.
He said he had a green thumb for money because anything he touched practically, he made money on.
I worked for Don Lewis for 10, 15 years, but even much longer than that. And you'd have to know Don to know his properties. He liked to hide this stuff, like he would hide money, bury it, hide gold bars, bury the gold bars. Don Lewis didn't want people knowing what he had and what he was worth. But I'm going to say Don Lewis was probably worth $20 million, maybe a little more.
I think it was closer to $7 to $7.5 million what he was worth.
I don't think anybody really knew that, but I know it was $5 million, if not 10. I knew he was a lawyer. I knew what he was doing. A lot of things.
Don had money looking at Carol. Carol pretty much had nothing. He had something she didn't.
We had the time. Growing up, my parents were very plain folk. We usually lived in mobile homes. I never really got how poor we were until I was a teenager. I had been raped at knife point by 3 men that lived across the street from me when I was 14. In my family, they were fundamental Christians that believed if a woman was involved in something like that, she must have been asking for it at some point. I left home at the age of 15. I got married to my mom when I was 17. father. He was extremely abusive, but the idea of leaving and having to raise a child on my own was scary. I was 20 when I met Don, and 24 before I left my husband. Don had a fascination with animals, so we were a great team.
He was more of an animal collector, I think. He definitely likes the idea of having a lot of different kinds of animals.
They get along with the rest of the cat real good out here, but we don't like them.
They started out by going to the exotic animal auction.
It started in 1992 with the purchase of a bobcat that was going to be killed by taxidermists at an auction. The following year, we bought 56 bobcats and lynx from the fur farm. The next year, 28 bobcats and lynx. The following year, 22 more bobcats and lynx. And by the time we did that, there were no more fur farms in the U.S. that were killing bobcats and lynx.
It's called Wildlife on Easy Street. Guests tour the sanctuary, take tons of pictures, and even help feed the cats.
When they started Wildlife on Easy Street, they bought, sold, bred big cats for years.
Now, I would like to remind you, Carol, that you are the one who spent $94,000 to buy animals to do your so-called things. You still have an electric facility, you still tagging these rescues, you still frauding them all.
I believe that I sold Don and Carol Lewis their very first tiger in 1995. They flew their private plane up to Shelbyville, and that's how I met them. They seem to be good people. So Scrappy was his name. Excellent little tiger. This is the VHS that she made back in the day. The last time I probably seen it was 1996. You'll get a kick out of it, I'm sure.
Our names were Don and Carol Lewis. We have really enjoyed our time. True life history will show you how to take the son mother and the amazing social and people.
She had called me up and asked about raising baby animals, that she was going to do a how-to video.
They aim to take a mission and come here and make good fun and fun stuff. So how to live double lives, why to raise up
You know, back in the early 90s, she bred and sold cats. And it's so funny because the very people that are against breeding used to do the same thing.
They can't see them like this tape, but they are very dancing. They're so much fun.
Okay, now we're going to jump around because I'm sure you don't want to hear about all the cats they bought, all the kittens they bred, how many died because they didn't have any clue what the hell they were doing.
I think that Carol did start feeling bad about selling the animals and maybe breeding them and crossbreeding them. Carol wanted the animals just to collect and love, and he looked at it more as a business.
Don and I had differing feelings about conservation and breeding. He loved pups. He loved breeding cats. He would go down to Costa Rica once a month, and every time he was in Costa Rica, I'd out here and I would endurance pay cats as fast as I could.
The attraction for Don in Costa Rica was the lack of regulations. You know, they can have the cats down there. He would have been free to breed them.
Was that consistent in what Carol wanted?
Apparently not. They were arguing about it. She didn't want to take the cats to go there.
That is when we learned that they weren't getting along real good. He also had a girlfriend in Costa Rica. So one of their main problems was she couldn't be the only one in his life. I think she thinks she would be the one to change him. She felt she was pretty enough, young enough, that she would be all and that was never going to happen.
Did he have other women? I suspected it. I never saw it in person, but I've heard enough to say that that's probably true.
He liked ladies, I'm sure. I would see him with 2 or 3 different ones.
Dawn was 17 and I was 14 when we got married. My mom had to sign the papers, and so did his mother because he was too young. Life was good. The only thing that went wrong was when someone would call me and say, I see Don with so and so. That was a problem with him because he did have a roaming eye. There's names, sexaholic. If my dad had anything, that would have been it.
What is my sick need that I'm trying to fill with this venomous man? I've asked forever, but I still don't know. He's all I've never known, and he's the only man I've ever loved. I hope Jamie never finds himself in such a sick and perverted relationship.
At the end, I know that there is talk of divorce.
I think he married into his estate assets in a way that she could get a divorce without losing it. And I think he thought she was there solely for the purpose of getting money. And that was what he was trying to protect. If Don Lewis had gotten a divorce with Carol, the way Don would have worked, she would have been left with really nothing. She would have lost the cats. She would have lost everything down to the house and the car. Would have been a devastating blow.
I listened while he told me that all of his money is his and that everything he earned by himself and brought into this marriage by himself. I wish there was some way out. I'd say she found a way out.
Don started looking a little bit funny, and then one day he came in, he brought me a piece of paper. It was in an envelope, and he said, here, you need to take this home, you need to keep it. If anything happens to me, give it to the police. He'd given me a copy of the string that he had found for me.
This is the second time Carol has gotten angry enough to threaten to kill me. Carol and I got into a big fuss and she ordered me out of the house or she would kill me. She has a .45 revolver and she took my .357 and hid it. Daddy never really involved the law in anything. It was just something that he resisted. For him to go down there and write that out to present it before a judge was major in my eyes. That was not something he would do unless he was at his wit's end with how to protect himself if he was denied protection.
It doesn't show stalking, it doesn't show battery, it doesn't show anything. It shows a verbal order. That's not an individual. So that's why we see it. That's why I know it's obvious. Some standing on the right, raise eyebrows and shit right there to go. But that's not enough. No, there's free speech. There's free speech. We don't restrain free speech in this country. We punish it after it's done.
I'm sure in the judge's eyes it was hearsay, but that happened in June and it disappeared in August.
A local millionaire vanishes without a trace, but did he simply walk away? Or did something more ominous happen to him?
I never threatened him.
His wife, Carol Lewis, says he was planning to transport cars to Costa Rica.
He said to be sure to get the Costa Rica truck ready because he was leaving early in the morning for Miami. And that was the last thing that he said to me.
The last thing he said to me was that he needed me to have Kenny get a truck ready because he was going early, he said, the next day to Costa Rica. And that was the last I saw of him, so I just don't know.
We was building this cage, and Don started to tell me something. He said, Kenny, if I can pull this off, it's the slickest thing I ever did in my life. And I know that there was more to follow. Like he didn't finish what he was saying. And he left with a phone call and he left out. I never got to see him again after that. That was the last thing that Don Lewis ever said. Because if I can pull this off, it will be the slickest thing I ever did in my life.
he was shipping some cars down to Costa Rica. Everything had to be down in Miami, Monday morning. And I had all the titles to the cars and stuff ready. But I needed him to tell me something. I kept waiting for him to call me. He didn't call me. I started calling him. Didn't answer the phone. Didn't answer the phone. This continued all through Saturday and all through Sunday. I got no answer. I finally got a hold of Carol. She said, "Do you think I should call the police?" And I said, "Do you think?"
Jack Don Lewis was last seen on August 18th. He was reported missing on the 19th by his wife at about 1:30. The detectives walked the property and drove the property. They walked about 48. Apparently, there was nothing there that suggested that they should pursue that area any further. There were aerial searches done, but found nothing. Then after 3 or 4 days, we found his van abandoned at an airport with the keys still in it, his briefcase in it, but no documents.
That didn't make sense. Like with what he said to me, if you was truly wanting to disappear and nobody know where you was at, would you leave your van where you got in a plane to take off? You wouldn't want nobody to know you was in the plane because that's now a clue.
I think someone else drove the van there. I don't know if it was planted there.
I think the police did a horrible job at the investigation side of it. The cops never looked at the van when it was at the airport, and they let them bring that van back to Beachy Street. And it was there for a couple of days before the cops come to look at the van. They even looked in the van. A couple of days that van sat there.
They came and spoke with me because they found my fingerprints inside of his van. 4 days before he disappeared, he dropped his van for me to do some work to it. But he tried to talk me into going to Costa Rica. Come on and go to Costa Rica.
Why did he want to go to Costa Rica?
He liked it down there.
The long-term plan, according to the investigation, was that he would eventually move Big Cat Rescue or Wildlife on Easy Street, as it was known then, down to the Costa Rica. We actually sent myself and another detective and did multiple interviews down in Costa Rica. We spent about 4 or 5 days in the area to try to determine if there was any link there or not.
And how did he get to Costa Rica? He flew commercial out of Miami.
But Don did fly a lot of airplanes. He owned, I don't know how many airplanes he owned. But all of his planes were small. And you could not fly those things that far.
It's impossible, but the size and types of planes that Don had, that I know that he could non-stop go from here to Costa Rica. You'd have to make 4 fuel stops. It's just not in the cards.
I don't believe Jack Don Lewis flew to Costa Rica. There's nothing at all to indicate that Don left his van there and got in a plane and crashed it somewhere. There was no record of any takeoff of an airplane. There was no flight file. Nothing.
Don lost his pilot's license the day after he got it, so he never flew legitimately again. Every flight he ever did after that, and a lot of them, he was flying illegally to know basically. He would go down over the Gulf of Mexico, down underneath the level where radar picks you up.
My understanding was he went to evaluate some new plane that was for sale. I was told that he was pushed out of the plane out of the door 50 feet over the Gulf way out.
If he had any kind of an accident out over the Gulf, we never would have found anything. He had had several plane crashes and had really damaged himself in one of them. And I don't think he was ever completely right after that last crash. I was seeing behavior in him that just didn't make any sense. Like, he could remember things from way back when he was a kid, but he couldn't remember where he was for the last 5 minutes. And one of our volunteers came to me and said that that looked like Alzheimer's. Maybe he doesn't know who he is. Maybe he doesn't know where to home.
That's all bull. I don't believe a word about dementia or forgetfulness or any of that crap.
No. He knew exactly what was going on, who what were getting out, why. He knew all that. That's not a problem.
Carol said he was an unusual man.
Dave Hendrick's a good word to use.
Carol's smart. She set the stage for him. He just up and disappeared. We don't know what the hell happened. She spent, I'm sure, a lot of time setting the stage with the dementia and forgetfulness.
According to diary entries allegedly written by Carol, she was feeling boxed in by Don's notorious cheating.
It's no use to leave him. I wish there was some way out for me.
Police called the area, but after a year and a half of investigating numerous theories, police still have no suspects.
Somebody, sometime, someplace, somewhere, somehow wanted to be rid of Domino's. And apparently they got their way. My understanding was that he was killed. Won't go there.
I need my clapper. What are you doing? Come in front of the camera and say take two. Everything's fine, just the sweetest wine, but her husband disappeared. Got a little crazy, and the house is so lonely. The best thing he's done is worth just bring it up. The music video here came about Carol killing her husband. And a look-alike Carol walking along with him while he's singing feeds body parts to her cat. And he's got an extreme shit. You haven't seen Here Kitty Kitty, you don't know what you're missing.
Joe had everyone convinced she murdered her husband. And we were all going with it. And me, as a reality show producer, I was like, yeah, man, roll the cameras.
So the whole world's wondering, did you actually grind your husband up? Maybe to the tigers so there's no evidence? I'm going to show you some stuff. So we'll put that right in your head.
People want to believe something that's just totally outlandish, so it has one problem.
These tigers have such an acidic stomach that when you feed them a whole turkey, there's no bones that come out. Okay, it's gone.
Is there any chance that Don has been killed by one of his hogs? Why?
It might either be blood, could be this or be that. No. There was a cat out there that could eat it under consequence. Could be skeleton, could be bones, could be something.
His own kids demanded that they DNA test the meat grinder. Sheriff's office wouldn't do it.
We had a meat grinder. If you've never seen a picture boy meat grinder, it's about that big around. That became like this wholly exciting thing that I ran him through that grinder, and it's like, and I run his hand through the grinder. That's all that body.
There's another theory that one of the buildings they built was a septic tank underneath it that he was put in after.
We can never get the law to go in there and dig up that septic tank. I promise you, he's underneath that damn thing. Hey, Carol, it's a voice from your past. Get me the fuck out from under the septic tank.
It was in the ground. It was operational. Judy had moved into the property before Don ever disappeared. So how could I have been put him in the septic tank?
I believe that there's a lot of people out there that speculate who don't have anything to back it up. One day, someone's going to stub their toe. There's a God. Her name is Karma. She has a sixth sense of humor.
Yeah, we heard all the stories. We've done everything we can do in terms of trying to put those to rest, but sometimes legally you can't pursue exactly what you'd like to do. You have to stay within the bounds of the law. Anybody could be a suspect. Now, having said that, the most information we're going to get to the people who are closest to God, so that's where we would look.
And the Queen, probably the closest person alive to know. She watched out for his best interest. He watched her back.
Don trusted Ann every penny he had. He would have been lost without her.
I cooperated in every form or fashion they wanted me to cooperate.
Who are the other suspects?
Even the man came.
In any investigation like this, you go to the husband or the wife or whatever close family member that is still surviving or still around that you can interview.
Carol's brother was a member of the sheriff's department. And I think he maintained some sort of, well, you know, it's my sister. I want you to tread lightly. I feel that happened. I'm sure he would have stand there.
Her brother worked for the sheriff's department, but I don't think there was collusion there.
I never really knew my brother because, gosh, by the time I was 15, he would have been like 9. So we never had much of a relationship. It's funny, he grew up to be a sheriff's deputy, which was the last thing I ever thought my brother would grow up to be because he was so shy.
The day that Don went missing, the investigation indicated Carol had left Wildlife on Easy Street to drive to a nearby store named Albertsons to pick up some milk byproduct for the cat. This is at 3 o'clock in the morning. Her car broke down and Carol ran into her brother, who was accompanied by another deputy. The second deputy gave her a ride back to her home. After that, Carol indicated the last time that she saw her husband was just several hours later, and he was never seen again. And I don't know, but I would have hoped that the detectives would have pursued that and made sure that there was nothing out of the ordinary.
Maybe if you have a sheriff that's in there that's saying, you know, hey, this guy's kind of crazy and, you know, dementia, he does this all the time, he's probably in, you know, maybe the sheriff's department would drive their feet at that point and be like, wow, you know, let's just wait and see where it goes.
In her family, there just wasn't a lot of love for Don. I know her father, Carol's father, Vernon, did not stand it. Absolutely could not stand Don.
So Carol's dad, Vernon, coming in cages with me. He definitely had his daughter's back.
I just felt like Carol did something and they needed to protect her and get the money. Let's get the money.
After Don disappeared, Carol and Vernon, her dad, had asked me, Kenny, we need to get something from the office. I like to say, I had did this kind of stuff for Don Lewis for years. When he needed something done, I would just go do it.
I got a phone call stating that the office alarm had gone off and Carol was there. Her and Kenny Park had cut the locks on the gate, cut the locks on the office,
cut the power to the trailer, cut the water, cut the sewer. The cops come because the alarm went off. Ian McQueen come up because that's her office, you know what I mean? She's been here for years.
There were 2 wills and there were 2 power attorneys in my office in a box underneath my desk.
But whatever paperwork or whatever they needed, there was nothing that the cops can do to stop the wife taking anything.
The will and the power attorney, they were all negative about this that day. I was executive for both of their wills. I was power attorney for both of them.
Who was the power of attorney for the documents?
That new power attorney gave her control over the estate.
That she prepared his power of attorney. A normal person would put upon my death, you know, percent upon my disappearance.
Isn't it suspicious that the power of attorney says upon my disappearance? Is that normal verbiage?
I have, in 37 years, never seen it say for disappearance. Never have. In that respect, this is terribly unusual. I don't know who anticipates, everybody anticipates you're dead, but who in the world anticipates disappearance?
How did Carol die?
Yeah.
After Don disappeared, Carol and her family got rid of everybody that worked for Don. They got rid of everything that he owned.
There was a note pinned to the refrigerator door. It says, "Never speak that man's name again in this house." Do you remember that? I remember that very well.
But then what about all of Don's assets, not the insurance policy? But
I have nothing to do with it.
all of his real estate, all of his holdings.
All under his will.
The will wouldn't come into play because if you disappear, you can't do anything for 5 years. And so Carol had him declared legally dead 5 years and 1 day after he disappeared.
And here's the latest on the case. A judge has just declared he was dead since he's been missing 5 years. The Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputies say they will keep the case open until they have to move.
A lot of things happened during those 5 years. A lot of things were moved around. She took out a lot of good things for herself and put in bad things in their accounts. We ended up with all the yucky stuff. She was taking property out of Don's name and our names and putting it in her name.
I was the other woman for years after the kids came back, and they said that the mother didn't get a fair settlement, and they tried to take him back to court and get more money out of him. That's when he gets out. And so he said to nullify their trust, but I didn't, because I felt like those were his kids. Someday he was going to be a different place, so I left it in place.
So what's the theory that makes the most sense?
There's no proof. I feel the one that would benefit the most from something happening to my father is Carol. She knows.
You've got to look at it in the eyes of the law. I mean, I can sit here on this interview and tell you I killed 37 people a week. Well, that's okay. But you got to have the bodies. It doesn't count.
His wife says the worst part is not knowing. No closure and no redemption for her.
There's no way that I can find him.
Nothing has ever shown up on this case whatsoever. So having to live under a cloud of suspicion sure is.
Well, for the fun of it, let's see. Carol's bitching that she has this black cloud over her head. People thinking that she fed her husband to the tiger.
I mean, imagine that maybe she didn't have anything to do with it. Let's say she did love Don and she did mourn his death tremendously. To live with people constantly saying those things and making those accusations, you know, that can be hurtful and can change a person too.
And was there ever a formal memorial? So no one.
I remember the day his death certificate came. I opened the letter, and I remember looking out the window, and then the next time I remembered anything, it was pitch black outside. It was just like I had just completely soaked. I don't know where I went, but that was the closest thing I had.
And what about the money?
We definitely did not end up with, I had to say, probably 10%.
You inherited 10% of this estate. And where did the rest of it?
There is a science to getting rich, and it is an exact science. The ownership of money and property comes from doing things in a certain way. Those who do things in a certain way, whether on purpose or accidentally, get rich.
Relative to most animal people, I would characterize her as reasonably rational.
We met on November 1st in 2002. On November 1st, we got married.
I know what goal life is going to be.
I'd love to be able to attend a funeral, see a headstone. I would like that. That would be nice. But I've never been to yours. We all feel that Carol knows one. She's 10. There's nothing that I really want to say to any of these people. I know that the only reason that they are saying the things that they're saying is because they see me as a threat to their livelihood and to their ego. And with that being their driving motivation, there's nothing I'm going to say or do that's going to change that.
We never felt that it was investigated well enough. They did say Carol was the prime suspect at the time, but until, like you said, until someone comes forward.
I cannot tell you that we have zeroed in on any particular suspect. I'd be remiss if I said that. There is absolutely no physical evidence at this point in time that would point at one particular individual.
When we started to speak out, they did People Magazine. Inside Edition came to talk to us, and hard copy of it they wanted to. That's when we got the thing from Carol to stop. I have the money, you do not, and if you continue talking, I will take everything away from you and your family. That's why we haven't spoken out. Yes, I am. I am.
I'm taking Carol on. Because everyone else is scared too. Here's what I'm here to do.
Set buttons over here. Oh, so I snuck you in the face of my dick. Set buttons over here.
I'm ready. I don't want to cut y'all short. You guys are ready? You ready for the party? Get the chip and walk right in.
I don't even know what a chip birthday party is.
Yes, you do. It's exactly a 5-year-old's birthday party. It's got crappy little decorations we bought at the store. And it has little chips who are going to be hilariously happy about it. And if you got too close, you're going to tear your fingers off. Oh, look at them. They look fucking fabulous. They look fucking fabulous.
I'm a West Side gangster. Got them killing the block. With a pink carnation and a pickup truck. I said, hey, I think him is doing that.
I use my music.
I'm a West Side gangster.
I use my music as an escape from reality. This is what I do when I go around. Listen to myself singing.
It's a West Side.
prepaid call from Joe Exotic, an inmate at the Grady County Jail. Me and Carol made money off of each other. We became popular off of each other because I was her number one most liked cover teacher, and she could make money off of it. She was my number one her husband and betting to the Tigers and the crazy bitch out there. And I could make music videos and shit up.
All right, so you're showing there now.
Okay. Got this thing. Hurry up.
Mike, over here.
If you don't think she's not making money off of me being in jail, I think you're crazy as shit.
Howard, I wrote a file all right here. Actually, this file cabinet. This is the current. And this one down.
Right there, Joe. Is everyone running this camera?
The more Joe got aware of social media and how it worked, the more he realized that you needed to work the name. You Google Big Cat Rescue, it pulls up Big Cat Rescue and tech report.
You know the power you have if you search Google around the world and you're the first choice every time?
Hey, all you cool cats and kittens, it's Carol, the Big Cat Rescue.
She is the one. She's the first choice every time. Supersedes all the zoos. She's at the top of all search.
Most of the cats ate well today. Nat was a champ, and so was Frosty the Serval, except for no food from Frosty.
Joe started realizing if he made his name close to Big Cat Rescue, when they Google it, it might pull him up first.
Joe decided that the way he would get back at us was to rename his traveling show Big Cat Rescue Entertainment.
He did that as a ploy to help his ratings on the internet. Where did you get the name? Where did you get the idea for it?
Big Cat Rescue. I'm the biggest in the United States rescuing big cats. And we entertain.
Right. Here's our logo, all right? And here is what he started using. Notice that the entertainment below is a bit faded, so you don't even see it. The snow leopard eyes was at that time the masthead on our website, so he was copying that.
I don't want to say it's all the way similar, but I mean, it definitely looked like it.
Here, he was handing out a business card that said Florida office and had our area code number that forwarded to him.
Yeah, he came up with the Florida address and the Florida phone number to help ping all that stuff together.
And it worked. People were contacting us and saying, hey, I didn't think you did this sort of thing.
All that definitely pissed her off. And it just got worse.
We couldn't sue him over the cut heading. We didn't have standing to do that, but we could sue him for violating the copyright.
And now on the record in the matter of Big Cat Rescue Corp versus Big Cat Rescue Entertainment. It's the videotape the deposition of Joe.
Honestly, I thought it would end there. I thought he would look at that and be smart enough to say, you know what, I don't want the expense of a lawsuit. I'll just stop using their name. He continued to use the name, and he filed counterclaims to drag this out.
We built a website, 911animalabuse.org. We put a reward out for information to who killed Don and where Don's remains are.
Why did you set that up?
Why did I set that up? To start posting the truth about Carol Baskin for a change. Does Don really have a second name? Tried to expose the fact that she is scamming the public. I'm going to stay on your ass so hard that you're going to end up in jail for fraud. Why did it take $47,652 to put on your fur ball to only raise $25,000?
This is just not true. I don't think Joe considers lying to be a question of ethics. I think he would consider it to be an art form.
It's like the Hatfield and the Ford. They go at each other. Oh, you did this. You did that. I got this. I got that. It's just it's a crazy little comment between exotic and animal.
She even got your Big Daddy cigar. Looky there. Oh, that's getting the phone ringing. Yeah.
Joe Exotic was
everything I had dreamed of in finding a reality show.
So this morning we're shooting publicity stills for Joe Exotic Tiger King, the reality show.
To get the stills that we need to send out to the news media and everything else worldwide for the first episode of the show.
And how's the show stay up? Knowing our friend Rick Kirk.
He came to the zoo as a producer for Joe's reality show. Joe had been trying, nobody could get it kicked off. Rick Kirkman promised that he would get it done.
Millions of internet shows was only my way of getting into the zoo because I had a camera crew shooting a reality show behind the crew shooting his internet show. I could give a crap about his internet show, but that was the deal. You sign a contract, I'll let you shoot a reality show if you go ahead and run the show.
Hey people, stand by. 15 seconds of showtime. Stand by. Video one is cute.
Get Joe on the set. Hey, it worked out good for me. I was like, hell yeah, I'm going to be saying no. I'll do your work too.
Joe Exotic episode of Eat Live. Discovery Channel, here I come.
We have passion in this to do a reality show. You know, a gay man in a zoo, chewing a gun. He said himself, for sure.
That's Joe Exotic, otherwise known as the Tiger King. The gay, gun king redneck with a mark.
It was like a mythical character living out in the middle of Bumblefuck, Oklahoma, and only 1,200 tigers and lions and bears and monkeys and shit.
We're shooting a reality show in segments. So this morning's segment, we were to go into Joe's bedroom, get the alarm going off, Joe waking up.
There was something so odd about the man, and yet he had so much confidence because he owned the world.
Gotcha.
Keep rolling. Now this is the kind of movies we're going to make here.
I'd sung on the title of Joe Exotic Tiger King, the reality show. It's fucking heavy. I said, here's what I ordered, Joe. I'm going to build a king's throne. Big, solid wood, red velvet, the whole works. And I'm going to put it in the middle of a big tiger cage with all these tigers around. And wow, okay, I like that. He wanted to be famous more than he wanted anything else in life. Man, when he saw that footage, he's like, I am the Tiger King. I've always been the Tiger King. You go in there and go to the gift shop in his office at 8, 9 o'clock at night, and you go around, he would sit there and play in the shop over and over in his throne.
Joe's ego was so big, way too big for his little body. Look, he would have done anything to become famous.
I watched him fire people just because he knew the camera was working. Having the cameras run on the morning meetings set Joe off. It was like lighting fire tracks.
And if you think it's funny, pack your shit and go right now. Because the disrespect around this place is imminent today. You slacker. Do less than even a year. Ain't more of a big thing you finally got.
He started getting so crazy. He already had a rubber blow-up doll. And he would have Carol written on a name tag. And he would take a dildo and be shoving it in her mouth. Carol, this is coming for you. It's going to catch up. I mean, he got crazy.
And this picture that you see back here, that's our sign up front with him posing in front of it with bowls, and they was like, this guy is just.
We all got to knock it off, stupid. You know, all you're doing is asking for a battle that you don't, even if you do win, it's still going to cost so much time, so much money, so much everything. You got that totally
He became more obsessed with all that than he actually took care of the cat that he had. I'm not trying to pat myself on the back or anything, but I'm glad I was here.
And then the rabbit picture showed up on Facebook. I was given a picture via email from the lady in Florida. A big cat rescues some boys, bashing rabbits in the head, and posing like they're some kind of trophies with big smiles on their face. This is what I got sued for. Is that what happened?
Are you familiar with one of your videos that you titled Carol Baskin Saga 39 Killing Innocent Rabbits?
I remember doing 57 sagas of Carol Baskin. I don't right in front of me have what Saga 39 was about. But yes, I did some sagas on Carol Baskin killing rabbits.
It was back before we could afford to give the whole prey to the cats as frequently as we do now. So they're holding these rabbits with blood on their noses and they're grinning from ear to ear because their favorite cat's finally getting a rabbit. And yet that has been twisted into us being these monsters that would get pleasure out of hurting a rabbit. So, you know, that kind of stuff. Like, really? Do I have to explain this to somebody?
She sued me for copyright. What did you do? I posted it all over Facebook. But this wasn't her photo either. After I posted it, she paid $5 for the person who took this photo. And then 3 months later, she copyrighted it. And then she sued me.
The one lawsuit was about the rabbit photo, and the other lawsuit was about a bunch of photos where you could take a picture of Carol and take her head and put it on the body of a man in a diaper. So here's this picture of this moving thing, and it says smile with yours with a happy crotch like Carol does. I believe they had just slaughtered a horse, and this is the horse's penis. They told her, and it says, "Hey Howard, suck my Captain Morgan, LOL."
By the way, that was a horse penis.
That was my recollection.
We did a protest in front of Carol's place. Every person who drove by hollered. I don't even know how you poked your head up in a community that thinks you killed your husband. And at the time that you were handing out these handouts with the photograph, which is Exhibit 1, this lawsuit was already pending, correct? Yeah. And you were aware that the cat rescue did not approve of or authorize your use of these photographs, correct?
Yeah, so kind of like
You participated in the demonstration and handed them out.
no, actually, I'm the one on the bonus.
The third page, the money. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Joe Exotic, and we're going to make an honest woman out of this bitch. Let's go.
In early 2013, we were coming up to this trial in January, and we had filed a motion for summary judgment. And the judge announced that she was granting our motion, and his counterclaims were going away.
An Oklahoma man who goes by the name of Joe Exotic has agreed to pay a Florida animal sanctuary nearly $1 million to resolve a trademark infringement lawsuit.
You know, the saying that you get your name for, I don't feel we got our name for. Dirty politics is what I call it. She had to result into financially draining us. You know, I actually believed in the justice system there for a while until this happened.
The $1 million judgment, you know, look, I'm not going to back down. You're not going to intimidate me, and you're not going to have the final word. I was surprised that she was actually trying to collect payment. Who has the millions to spend that amount of money?
She'll never get paid out of that. I don't own anything. I don't own anything. This bus is not mine. These cars are not mine. I'm not stupid.
She won everything in assets, vehicles to four-wheelers to everything.
She can take everything away from me. I don't give a shit because she will never shut this mouth up, right? Until the day I see her ass in prison.
Joe, he turned over what he had to, because a lot of it was possessions. She took the semi-truck, she took the tour bus, which in her opinion was a win, because he couldn't do road shows anymore, not without the equipment.
He had already spent $250,000. Right?
assets that Carol wanted in lawsuit he would take out there and blow it up with Tannerite.
They tell me you want my goddamn bed too. Cool. Damn.
I said, here's your assets, come get them, and just get a pile of crap. He never stopped me taking this. All I did constantly was roll the camera, roll the camera, roll the camera to get all this shit on tape. And I had everything on videotape. Good, bad, and ugly. I want to make this show go. I know how great this reality show can be. It's so unique. I just got to get it on network. I've been living here on the zoo and living and working. I'm here at the zoo 24/7. I'm just tired, very tired. We were negotiating with the network to buy the show. It would have netted quite a bit of money. It's the only way he was going to pay that $1 million. But it came to a crash with him.
Yeah, I got woke up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Ricky came in and these motherfuckers had blown up our studio. The blast was so big that the doors open.
Joe had gone to Chicago for a funeral, and it was me and Ricky on the park with the other crew. Ricky says, I ain't touching nothing until the fire department gets here, and where they put that. That building where the alligators were kept, as well as a studio that Joe had. It was clearly an arson. It was a set fire. It had burned so hot, there was nothing left. I dropped to my knees, I cried. I cried because all my footage was in that studio, and I had to back up anything outside the studio.
An arsonist hit our facility and set fire to not only my recording studio, but the studio that houses our epic, which caused them all to burn up and perish, boiling alive in an inferno. Boiling alive in a towering inferno of nothing but flames and fire.
For somebody to burn down the alligator house, they gotta be a pretty sick person. Because they burned up 7 of my congregation.
You have a problem with me, take it up with me like a man. Don't burn alive, innocent animals. Get your fucking point across.
We're not really liked by the animal world, animal rights people hate us. We get constant threats on the phone, emails, letters.
We're offering a $10,000 refund for information leading to the arrest and the conviction of either the suspect or the people that were involved. If it is tied to any animal rights organization, we are going to double that reward. Carol Baskin, draw this fence and try and hurt any of my animals again. You can guarantee I'm gonna put tack in your ass the first time to make you squirm around on the ground, and then I'm gonna put a bullet right between your fucking eyes.
I'm waiting for him to finish Carol Baskin in this because he's got emails between her and my producer. She offered him $20,000.
She offered me $20,000.
My producer.
To do what?
To get all the footage and set fire to my studio.
I had sent Rick Kirk a Facebook message, and I said, I think you probably don't know about the person that you're working for.
Her intent was to order, and we never made him any kind of offer or asked him for anything.
I got his videotape. I swear that's Rick Kirkman walking in front of the video that morning that it burned down. I was like in shock. Like, are you fucking on it? It's like, that's my retirement I just bought. Okay? I got everything invested in that project and no longer exists. As far as the footage, I don't know who's got it. I suspect you Kirkman have taken all the material. I was the one person Joe could have noticed because I was shooting everything in commercial life. And he could take what I saw and witnessed and warn him.
There was all kinds of shit on there. Ricky doing very important. We're not a bit there yet. We had cameras on everybody every minute of the day. He could have sold it to Carol. And Carol could be, just saving it for a rainy day. Fuck me, man.
A scenario was thrown at me. Do you think it could have been Joe? Because when that happened, he was out of town or working
suspected him calling and pregnant.
We had gotten into an argument, and he's like, I don't need to, I can go. And I pulled out a card I showed him, I said, Joe, when I came here, not only do I own all the hours, I own all the internet. From the time I came here, our producers are filming a reality show. They wanted to show the actually got it filmed.
And how are you going to check with that? What do you mean? Well, they got it filmed. What do they need to from you?
So bad for the show that contract. He was like, you don't own this show. Actually, I do. I do own the show. I do.
And they only pop it.
Pisses me off, dude. I'll find somebody that makes 10 grand. Make a name for themselves.